Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. My name is Scarzig, and I'm joined here by ImpetuousPanda. We've got another stacked top 8 for you, and a fresh evolution on the metagame. Now, it's been another week, and things have been just in a constant state of flux ever since that recent balance patch.
Yeah, some archetypes are obviously going to, still be here, very present, like Ari Kennen. We're going to have, some archetypes that are starting to solidify themselves in the meta, like Zerazillion, for example, in tournaments at least, it's the third week now that we're seeing it in Fight Night tournaments. And also some usual suspects from way back when coming back into the meta to, the joy of some and the anger of others. It is, some controversial archetypes are making their return and seemingly becoming staples now as well.
Yeah, but we will get to that in just a moment. We want to start things off by reminding you all about the format for today's event. Fight Night EU is a double elimination bracket with our 8 invited players. All matches played will be best of 3. Players bring 2 decks that don't overlap regionally, and then to win their match, the player must win with both of the decks that they brought. If the grand finalist from the lower bracket wins, a bracket reset will occur, as per usual, and the finalists will play another best of 3. And we've got that $200 prize pool as well, just split 4 ways, with the top 2 contestants being invited back for the next fight night.
And looking at the roster of players for today, we have Gamebreaker, of course, the winner from last week, making a return alongside Badge Attack, 2 names that I think don't need any introduction, 2 of these staples of the elite part of the competitive community in Runeterra for this past year. And we have Smooth Soloist, a deck builder that, is very known for his innovations, for his very wacky deck ideas that sometimes also, are competitive deck ideas as well, and that merge is always great to see. We have Jinzin, of course, representing Saudi Arabia, but from Philippines, coming back into the Fight Night realm. And then we have Ghoster Driver, one of the very known players in Germany, alongside Dilton as well, who we've seen so many times before in Fight Night and in the German university leagues as well. And then Ragnar Rosic, by far the most known and the most, I think, the Russian player with the most achievements as well in the past year in Runeterra. A lot of seasonal top cuts, a lot of seasonal good placements, and also one of the great players in the Master Europe tournaments.
Absolutely, Ragnar Rosic, one of the more slept-on players, I think, despite the achievements. Not a name that pops up quite enough, and Fight Night EU is always a fantastic venue to showcase that player. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what these players are bringing. And, as you said, some wacky decks, some off-meta stuff. With things still in such a state of flux, you can get some nice wins there, as we saw from Rumble Draven, right? Was a deck that when it first was incepted, had a very explosive showing for the tournament scene.
We're going to check out now the deck to highlight, or rather the players to highlight first for the first match will be Badge Attack and Ghoster Driver. 2 players that, again, Badge Attack, of course, very well known. I think his age should be changed. I think he's been 18 for too long. I think he's at least 19 by this point, because I've been seeing 18 for like a year and a half now. So I'm not sure if he's, time traveling or what the problem is there. But from the Czech Republic, one of the key members in that, trio with Thomas and with Pokervac and all the EU Master tournaments, and just one of the menaces on ladder. You see his name, you queue up into him, you're always going to be very scared. And then Ghoster Driver, one of the players that isn't obviously at the very top echelon of German players, players like Gamebreaker or Lobster, but he's in the top 10, and he's been putting up a lot of results in the last year as well.
Wonderful to see as well. Germany just being such a solid region, but also still facilitating some new and upcoming players, and then some long-time names that haven't gotten their spotlight yet, finally also rising to the surface again in such a powerful region. And for a Game 1 match, this is exactly the sort of thing, and for Fight Night in general, the sort of match you'd see in a top cut, like a top 4 anywhere else. We get a beautiful showcase of very, very high-level play here in EU.
And the deck to highlight for this first match will be one of the most interesting ones in any lineup in this tournament today, and that will be Kindred Elise from Ghoster Driver, but with Bandle City instead, making use of, the ping abilities, all the different damage spells that synergize very well with the Sentinel package, with both the Buru Sentinel and the Burgeoning Sentinel, and overall just using a lot of the very strong cards in Bandle City, alongside the usual suspects in the control toolbox for Shadow Isles with the Ledros win condition.
This is a very spicy take in that, you're skipping out on P and Z, right? The reason you typically bring that is for Thermogenic Beam, Mystic Shot, still trying to have some removal spells that can activate your Sentinels, get those big fearsome attackers going, but instead just wants to go for the value of Bandle City. You still have like Pokey Stick, Poison Dart, Group Shot, which are great options for potentially flipping those, but overall you can see this is, I'd say, almost akin to Darkness, where it's just got some generically good bodies and scales into the late game, rather than trying to go all in on flipping the Sentinels and going for this hybrid control / fearsome beatdown condition. Stygian just there is a great 1 mana 2/1 a lot of the time, I think, with Aloof Travelers also making an appearance. And I actually got blown up yesterday when it discarded my Arsenal, and so I think we can really start to see Aloof creeping back into the metagame as decks begin to run more expensive win conditions like Feel the Rush.
And overall, I think it's a deck that just really makes things awkward for the opponent, you know, with things like the value gained on both the Sentinels, for example, with Kindred as herself being, you know, a little bit sticky in terms of coming on the board, and then all of a sudden things get, you know, pretty awkward if you don't have the right answers, and if she's able to get a lot of that value from the different slays. And like you mentioned, Aloof Travelers as well, something that you have to keep in the back of your mind. In an open decklist format, there's only one copy, but you're going to have to think, you know, is this copy in hand now? Do I have to, you know, change my sequencing? It might definitely affect the outcome of how the matches are played out. Talking about Darkness, it is actually a deck that his opponent, Badge Attack, is also bringing to this first series, alongside Akshan Sivir, and Ari Lulu will be the second deck for Ghoster Driver. So, as usual, we try and pick, you know, the spicier decks for this first round, and unfortunately, this is as spicy as we're going to get today, because the rest of the lineups are more on the more tame side.
But hearing about Sivir Akshan being brought back to the tournament is very interesting, because Badge Attack is one of those players that has said for a while that the deck is still quite good, still very strong. As time has gone on and it's received various nerfs and the meta has shifted, it's gotten more difficult to play and find those wins, but it's exactly the sort of archetype that, you know, can get that higher win rate when you're playing it at a level like this. So right off the bat, we're actually going to see a little bit of this Ari Lulu. We've seen, you know, the Lulu Flame Chompers, players have really fell in love with it lately, and so throwing Ari into this package to maybe get that double buff with Lulu, attacking twice, maybe recycling Boom Baboon to get more Flame Chompers, just adding a little bit more extra value to the idea.
And overall, getting that Darkness to 3 in the full mulligan there, maybe hoping for a Catalyzer, is going to be a lot of the game plan now in the mid game for Badge Attack. 3 would be enough to kill things like Lulu, things like Ari. Most of the key targets that are, you know, trying to start out this entire game plan for Ghoster Driver will be those 2 champions, especially Lulu. If Lulu comes down and you can't kill her, all of a sudden there's all this value you have to deal with the Flame Chompers getting the huge buff as well. But if you're able to kill her pretty much instantly, then you have, you know, almost no problems at all.
And I love the full keep as well from Badge Attack. Just keeps the box, Group Shot, Pokey Stick, Withering Wail. Just is going to remove everything as it comes down. This build of the Darkness is on 2 copies of the box, 2 copies of Withering Wail. Some decks have been running 3 copies of the box, you know, trying to catch up during Poros, trying to have it in hand to counter that Kinko Wayfinder play. And we'll see how well Ghoster Driver wants to either A, play around this AoE, or B, just keep on swarming and force Badge Attack to have it over and over.
Key card here will be the box. Can definitely be a huge punish on that one turn that Ghost Driver decides to try and, you know, go all in and create a lot of tempo on the board. He would definitely be punished for that. Currently right now, Lulu coming down on 3 when he doesn't have a attack token is also not ideal. You want to obviously be able to get the full value the moment Lulu comes down, so that is in benefit of Badge Attack as well. And he has, you know, like you mentioned, all kinds of different control tools for all kinds of different situations. He has Ruination if he has to fully reset everything. He has the Vengeance that's now cheaper at 6 mana, and a lot of, you know, smaller pink like Battle Feast and Group Shot as well.
And so overall, a lot of reactivity for Badge Attack, but just nothing really to pressure. No early Catalyzer, no Vagar that you could maybe just set up and try to protect. So things are getting pretty dicey. Just has to cash in a box to answer this Lulu, keeping things under control.
Definitely worth it. You know, with only 1 mana for Ghost Driver, you can't really save it. He did top like the Twin Disciplines last turn, which is going to be huge for him. I think this next turn, once he brings down the second Lulu and it tries to get killed. But right now, there isn't anything in hand that can do so. You know, Group Shot's not activated, obviously, and Vile Feast is still a little bit too, just not enough damage, really.
So just going to heal back up to 20 with the Vile Feast. and get another 1/1. Ghost Driver might not protect the Staring Poro because you still get to just swing with the Flame Chomper regardless, and then save the Twin Disciplines to maybe protect your Lulu down the road.
One of the key things that Badgetech is probably thinking about right now is, where's the deny? If he's thinking about Ruination as a way to reset the entirety of the board for Ghost Driver, and usually that's something that Ghost Driver will not come back from with how these decks kind of operate with Elusives, with Demacia as well. There is one copy of Deny, so he has to be thinking about it.
That is, I've gotten blown up by texts like that a while in the past, like one of Deny and Azir Aurelia, like these really aggressive decks having the ability to stop your big stabilization spell or your big win condition is so immense. And Ghost Driver just methodically developing the board. We aren't seeing like a very aggressive swarm that's typically, I think, known for these Lulu Flame Chompers builds.
Yeah, the Mystic Shot on his own unit to stop the Spider from coming out essentially made the Mystic Shot deal 4 damage because it stopped the blocker on the Flame Chompers or on the Lulu, and so I think it was definitely worth it. Obviously not the most, you are losing a resource, that is also true, but I think essentially if you go for 4 damage to face with Mystic Shot, you're going to take that if you can.
Yeah, so very smart. And now we've got the Stilted Robemaker coming through, but no darkness generators in hand, no darkness yet, making the darkness cheaper. You want it to get procced at least once, right? You want to try to start hitting this 3 HP breakpoint so you can directly threaten the Ahri, the Lulu. Things are looking pretty rough just by the fact that Ghost Driver is starting to get a very strong board. All of the tankiest units in the deck are starting to arrive for the mid game, and then you're backed up by double twin.
The key thing here is development next turn. Ghost Driver has to open attack. If he doesn't, without Deny in hand, especially if he plays Ahri now, I think the open attack is going to be obvious, quite evident. Depends on what he top decked, but I think he won't be baited into any other play because he has a double twin as well to use up his mana, at fast speed or on burst speed on the attack. And he wants to play around Ruination as well. With 3 mana right now banked for Badgetech, next turn would be the first turn he can actually play it out.
Yeah, so beautiful open attack. And the Deny, oh god.
So any way you look at it, yeah, he was ready. He had all the plan A, plan B, and plan C ready to go for this attack, which could be devastating. It's going to be a big hit here.
And look at this, the Lulu buffing the Ahri, so she hits for 4, swaps with the Flame Chompers, and still gets to kill the Stilted Robemaker. Very cheeky play indeed. You get to extend the value of Lulu because you're still getting the bonus of challenging this unit and pushing through several points of damage here as well.
And you would usually think, this is the case of, buffing a Flame Chomper from 0 attack to 4. That's a lot of value, but with Ahri, it's a very similar thing because you're doing less of a buff, but it's hitting twice for the most part, so the value is still definitely there. Unless, of course, a Vengeance comes in and tries to kill off the Ahri. That being said, Deny, as you mentioned, was just perfectly top decked here to stop this and still get the kill on the Flame Chomper target.
Ghost Driver didn't snap Deny this, thinking, okay, well, if Ahri goes down, Badgetech still spending most of their mana. Can I still get over the last little bit of HP with these few units? Maybe you just go for the Twin Disciplines here and push. Gonna do both.
Yeah, I think you have to, and that's gonna be 10. That's lethal damage with everything here. So the one worry was, hey, if I play Deny here and I don't win this turn, how do I come back from Ruination next turn when I have only a twin in hand? And I'm going to depend on top deck if I don't get any units. I'm essentially going to get slowly locked out by darkness. But in that case, everything worked out for him to have the perfect hand, for Badgetech to not have any presence on the board really in the early few turns, and being that reactive gives a little bit too much leeway for a player that's playing on the Elusive and the Lulu game plan. And in the end, it was just too much pressure, too much tempo for Badgetech to handle.
Yeah, very, very nasty draw for Ghost Driver there. And I think what it really came down to was the fact that Badgetech had kept a very removal AoE focused hand, anticipating like the swarmier like Zonite Urchin, Poro Cannon lines that we very often see, and it ended up being
I'm not entirely
that
sure he
Ghost
kept
Driver,
it though. I think it might have been an early instant full mulligan.
Oh, did we get
I think so.
A late view on the mulligan?
Unless he kind of mulliganed everything and then kind of went back on his because I saw the initial like full mulligan at the very start, but it was very quick. I think I'm not entirely sure though. We'll have to go look at the vaults.
Yeah, check the tapes. We'll have to check the tapes. But
that's what I was trying to get at.
At the
Thank
very
you, Scarzig.
at the very least, having the hand that seemed very good into that matchup, and Ghoster Driver's draw didn't facilitate that sort of overextension anyway. It was just, okay, I'm going to play one Lulu, I'm going to play out the Boom Baboon. It was just, you know, a very measured development there.
And Ghoster Driver, you know, almost on the full house. Not quite there. Would have gotten some bonus points if he would have hit it. But definitely looking like an aggressive Spiders deck until, of course, the Vengeance is drawn. Then not so much. As we, you know, mentioned earlier in the preview of this series, this is going to be the Elise Kindred with Bandle City instead. So definitely not any kind of aggro deck, more of a control shell with some kind of windows for a lot of damage with things like the, you know, the Elise, for example, as well.
And notably, Darkness does have that similar fearsome weakness. You know, you need your catalyzer in the early game in order to really stifle this. So getting the Elise, the threat of the Sentinels, and even the Stygian Onlooker is very high here. Ghoster Driver thinking, do I want to open attack with the Elise here, push 2 damage? Do I want to go for Pokestick, try to clear a path? How do I get punished? I think Catalyzer is definitely the punish if you don't open attack, but because you're playing control, it doesn't matter if you don't miss out on this early attack.
And the Vengeance in this deck against Darkness really doesn't seem like the best of options. Always going to be a bit of a tempo disadvantage to kill things like a Senna or a Veigar, for example. So not really the best option, I think. Doesn't really hit the targets that you would want it to normally hit in a control matchup.
Yeah, so hopefully we only get the one Vengeance. You can sit on it until it's really important, because killing Veigar after he has leveled so that they can't target your Nexus is very helpful. If you do get an aggressive draw or a lot of tempo in the mid game, killing the Ishtali Sentinel to offset the lifesteal can also be very strong. And based on Ghoster Driver's draw, he's definitely channeling some very aggressive spirit today.
I think he knows, you know, from his starting hand and how things are looking, and maybe, you know, in the kind of who's the beatdown argument for this matchup specifically, that he has to maybe go for this aggro slant and kind of adapt his gameplay and his just plan overall to become the aggressor.
Yeah, because there is Ledros in this build, but no Atrocity. So getting that last little bit of damage is going to need to come from just swinging on the board or like Doom Beast or something. Another fantastic swing here. Just an open attack. You're very wide, only Veigar to block. If you keep developing, you're maybe opening yourself up to the box or Withering Whale.
That being said, Badge Attack is kind of stunted by his current hand for a second game in a row, where he doesn't really have the right answers he would want against this current board. It's just going very, very wide. No Withering Whale and no box whatsoever. Just a single Vile Feast here to answer. I guess the Event Horizon as well, but it's really not maybe that much damage in his opinion.
Yeah, with Ishtali Sentinel in hand, about to come down next round with the attack token, Badge Attack is very glad to potentially be stabilizing here. We've also got Senna, too, to back this up and just start clearing the board. Maybe looking at Ghoster Driver's plays from this position, you probably also gain the read that the hand is very awkward.
A lot of mana to work with, and the board now, you know, pretty full here for Ghoster Driver, so just the easy turn to go in for the Vengeance, get the value this turn onto the Veigar, but ends up being, you know, just answered here now by the Darkness with Elise going down.
Oh man, killing the Elise instead of the Sentinel. Ghoster Driver can just play the second if they like.
Or the third even, if it comes to that in a few turns.
But with the Vengeance being used on the Veigar there, we do have the Ishtali Sentinel potentially being able to attack for free. Ghoster Driver has the play now to just block with a Spiderling and then Pokestick it to sidestep that lifesteal, so still in a very dominating position here.
And no way to really stop this Ixtali from getting the lifesteal. Usually in my kind of a more aggressive Spiders deck, you have the you know, Noxian Fervor to be able to, you know, sidestep your unit and just stop a lifesteal altogether. And maybe that lets you, you know, if you have the right tools in hand, you can get the lethal by just not letting it heal at all. But in this case, it's not really the aim of the deck. You can, I guess, Pokestick your own unit if that might do it with one of the Spiders. That might be a way to do it. But then next round the attack, it's much of the same problem.
So at the end of the day, Ghoster Driver probably does go for that because you are drawing a card as well. And the Kindred here is a little bit bricked. When you're playing decks like this that want to develop key threats to stay on the board against Darkness, it does become incredibly awkward. If you were able to set up a Kindred on a board like this, and when you're so wide and Kindred letting you double dip on your own removal and your slays and making it more difficult for your opponent to develop a board to defend and stabilize, it would be incredibly advantageous. But again, the darkness just, it's the one like small stone keeping this game from fully collapsing.
There might also be an attempt to just try and kill off this Ixtali now and kind of deal with it right now and then just continue doing damage next turn, with the opponent still being, you know, at 9 health right now, 13 after the heal, and still a very wide board. I think, yeah, that's going to be the play here. You're just going to buff it here, the Fire Splitter, and just make sure to get, you know, deal with it now. I think if he had another way to sidestep the healing next turn, he might go for that more risky route. But in this case, I think he thought it was just not worth it. It's better to deal with the problem, you know, at the root instead of just sidestepping it.
Very smart, very smart. You're also getting in underneath Missed Call or anything like that Badge Attack might be able to use to...
The level up on Elise is possible, but there is going to be a Vile Feast to stop it if it is committed here.
Yeah, so just, is it just going to kill her off? Third Elise will be played, but only 2 spiders. What a fantastic draw as well for Ghoster Driver. Triple Elise seems so awkward in a lot of spots, but with the Crawling Sensation being such just a potent card for threatening that level up, keeping a wider board, and as you mentioned, being the beatdown in this matchup, it's been great to just have this 2-drop that can really mix it up on board, and you don't feel so bad when it does, you know, get killed. Kindred also going to come down to reinforce this play.
Yeah, the hand wasn't really helping out with an open attack.
I like the Senna here. You do get the fast speed darkness.
Mm-hmm. And there's really nothing that you can do here about the darkness hitting the Kindred and just being an easy kill.
But instead just goes for the Dark Bulb Acolyte. Wants to chump down, use this first darkness. Yeah, it looks like you're just playing it slower. Going to use this darkness to kill the first Kindred.
Extra safe. The slay here, the effect on Kindred doesn't really, the mark doesn't go on anything because of the you know, the kill first on the Elise, the trade with the Rope Maker, and then just the chump block from the 2/2. And still feeling very healthy. You know, taking a few hits from a spider here, but stopping the 2/1 on the telescope and getting the heal plus a spiderling to again continue blocking next turn. Actually, yeah, it would be the mark going on the spider, I suppose. Once again, the same play being made, stopping the Spiderling and stopping the heal, the drain effect from coming through.
Yep, so Kindred does get 1 mark from the Dark Bulb Acolyte, but she is going to go down. And now Badge Attack is definitely stabilized from here. At 10 HP, Ghoster Driver just basically at this point needs to have Ledros into a couple Doom Beasts. But... now Senna and Veigar working in tandem are just going to keep this board fully under control. And with the second Rope Maker now, 1 mana for every darkness, just massive tempo and the ability to keep up with these threats finally. Badge Attack playing very, very conservatively with these Sennas. Probably doesn't want to fall too far behind by second Vengeance. Maybe has a read here that there's another Vengeance in hand. And it just wants to naturally take over the board.
Yeah, playing it very, very slow here. Veigar going to come down this turn as well, I'm going to assume, and then just Senna, if there's an able to attack next turn, immediately comes down, and then all of a sudden, every spell is fast speed, though the darkness are fast speed as well, and you have to be very worried about that the moment a Kindred comes down.
And Ghoster Driver is in a very interesting position that I want to keep threatening Vengeance to keep Badge Attack from developing anything, but if I don't develop threats, you know, 2 Spiderlings and a Messenger isn't necessarily doing it for me either.
And still with Conchologist, a lot of chump blockers that are available to Badge Attack as well. If you need to play, you know, even slower, not put anything on the board that can be Vengeance, not to fall into, you know, any traps from Ghoster Driver, and just slowly bleed out his opponent.
As you play it slow, keep drawing cards, you're going to get your Darkness Generators and get that sweet, sweet 1 mana removal now. And eventually, you can just play Veigar as he's leveled, send that final Darkness or 2 to face, or set up some Ishtali Sentinels to keep burning the Nexus as well. So it is looking very solid here, but I really think that a Ledros coming down would just completely flip the script on this matchup, because you feel so safe at 10 against a deck like this that's just relying on a lot of chip damage. But when you drop down to 5, things get very dicey. Badge Attack only on 1 copy of Minimorph to deal with the Ledros.
And the Shroud of Darkness being picked up there, very good actually card to pick up here for the Kindred Protection. That being said, there is actually the Pokestick in hand, so there is going to be a way to take off the Spell Shield before the Darkness connects.
It is a great way to keep your key target alive. If you can get Kindred to survive for 1 turn, you potentially get your mark on another unit. And this is one thing players have really struggled with when using Kindred, is they want her to just stay alive and just take over the game and snowball. But I think it's important that if you can get at least 1 mark and kill on Kindred, it's so strong to get that free removal.
There's now the full board coming through, the full attack from Ghost Driver, everything set up, but immediately Pokestick in Darkness comes through, and now 2 mana for each player. Pokesticks available for Ghost Driver, either to go face, can't really kill off any units, any blockers here, and there's the Extolly to give even more safety to Badge Attack for the upcoming turn.
The early game was looking pretty rough, I gotta admit, with the Elise, with the Swarm, just the Vagar, Stilted Roadmaker, very like slow draws, but just the 1 exchange of the Ishtali Sentinel was all you needed to stabilize a little bit.
And none of the trades really looking ideal here. You're pushing, you know, at most 1 damage from one of the 1/1 Spiderlings. So the attack all of a sudden looking pretty grim for Ghost Driver, not really looking very appetizing at all. And this just is going to give even more control to Badge Attack, who, with the current resources on the board and in hand, I think, you know, is going to easily take over the game. Unless, like you mentioned, Ledros can be the 1 X factor that might change things a little bit. But other than that, I think there's not really any draw that can get Ghost Driver back into the game now.
And you can certainly go for the Pokestick now. Set up the trade onto the Roadmaker. Maybe send it face. Probably just getting rid of this Roadmaker, yeah.
Silver Linings, you have 2 cycling cards in hand, so the Somewhat's Mana next turn, you know, that is great. But if you're just drawing a Vile Feast, it's not going to do much to change the outcome of this game, I think.
A lot of early game was already drawn by Ghoster Driver, so the next handful of draws are going to be pretty impactful. Hopefully, there's 3rd Kindred. In any other matchup, this would be a fantastic pull, but against Darkness, you can just hold your opponent hostage.
And Ghoster Driver going to be one of the first players in, I think, a long time, at least, that we've been casting together to play out possibly all 6 of his champions in 1 game and lose, which makes it even worse.
Yeah, and you've got the Ishtali Sentinel removing the blocker, dealing direct damage to the Nexus, setting up for a free lifesteal. Senna, when she attacks, going to generate another Darkness that you still have plenty of mana to play. Stilted Roadmaker, just really the key to driving the engine of this deck. Like, scaling up the damage of the Darkness is important, but reducing that cost is even more so.
Especially in this matchup, because, I mean, think about the targets that we've seen on the board. None of them had over 3 health, so it's really ideal to not have found any catalyzers, to just get that 1 buff on the Darkness, and then just have Roadmakers instead. At least for this matchup, it's worked out perfectly for Badge Attack. A bit of an awkward hand at the very beginning, and obviously a high-tempo start for Ghoster Driver, but overall, definitely had the much better tools compared to the first game.
Pokestick coming to Ishtali. You can miss call, bring it right back.
Poison Dart and Vile Feast are not it, especially not when Missed Call's coming back to just have this Extolly haunt you once again as you know, a player trying to go for an aggro slant is the last thing you want to see.
Yeah, looking at Ghoster Driver's list, seeing all of these pings, seeing the lack of atrocity that normally is present in these sorts of builds, I think we can really say that they're looking to target RE Cannon, but Badge Attack went in a different direction for sure.
And Badge Attack's emote APM lacking there was going to go for the Tom Kench. Didn't hit it in time, so we're going to have to judge him on that one. But he did win the game. I think that's the more important part, at least for most people. There are some, you know, emote enthusiasts out there that only care about the emoting between players. But we're going to go into game 3 now, and we're going to have to finally see. You know, we got the win here with the we're going to have to see the Auction Sliver now from Badge Attack, and the same deck, of course, from Ghost Driver.
Has the Ledros and the Vengeance. A little bit awkward. This deck is full of pings, so dealing with the Spell Shield on the Sivir is going to be great. But this is a list that doesn't really care about the fearsome units or a lot of just the shrimpy chump blockers, right? With things like Screeching Dragon, things like Recurrent Bruiser, tons of quick attack. it's very easy to just keep swinging in and bullying a list of this nature. So, I mean, you can use your Aloof Travelers to hit a 5-drop, maybe catch a Golden Aegis, but generally, when we examine Ghoster Driver's build, the key card, once again, is Kindred, right? Being able to freely answer some of these very large mid-late game threats that Akshan Sivir is known for.
And right away, the tracker does not come down. Obviously, looking at the deck from Ghost Driver, there are so many 1-damage pings that Badge Attack knows he wouldn't really be able to deal damage there, and I think he wants to save that for maybe a later time when it can be more valuable in dragging a unit or being able to challenge something when the time comes to get a bigger hit onto the Nexus. But right away, there'll be a Serpent pickup here. After the nerf, not as maybe oppressive when it does come down, but still very useful for 0 mana, of course. It's always going to be an interesting pick.
Yeah, Serpent, it's just great for scenarios like this. Being able
Exactly.
to deal with the Fleet Feather Tracker before it gets protected by Bright Steel and buffs and everything. And even if you are able to answer the Fleet Feather Tracker, as long as Badge Attack can go for an open attack and just drag something to the side to set up better trades elsewhere or direct damage, it's kind of served its purpose.
There's a Vagabond coming down. The budget action a turn later, of course, but the landmark has now also touched down onto the board. And now Badge Attack can start thinking about, the late game value it'll bring in a few turns from now.
So important for this list to get the Warlord's Palace. Getting that predicting card draw allows you to get that changeover for your mid-game game plan. You can figure out, what sort of cards you need for the situation. Do I just need more threats? Do I need my rally? Do I need my concerted strike to continue to press the advantage I currently have? Having that flexibility hit exactly when you need it to is so key.
Right away, we'll see if there is going to be any protection. It looks like no, it's going to be an even trade. Badge Attack had, of course, the mana and has a Sharp Sight in hand, but I think he wants to save that Sharp Sight for something a little bit more important, saving a key unit, maybe like a Screeching Dragon or a Sivir later down the line.
Yeah, it was just a 3-3, and getting the 1-for-1 trade I think is very strong. Ghoster Driver does win just like in terms of resource generation and raw value, but by floating that 2 mana, it just makes Ghoster Driver think twice about a lot of plays they would like to make. Badge Attack has really adopted a very passive, methodical style with Sivir Akshan, playing it more akin to one of the slower variants of Fiora Shen, where you're floating as much mana as you can, having tons of combat tricks, so that when you finally get that board set up, your opponent just can't do anything with a modicum of confidence to take the board back from you.
I think that's definitely good news for Ghoster Driver, though, because, the further this game stalls out, if he's able to answer 1-for-1 on every one of these early mid-game turns, that's definitely good for him. I think the biggest problem with Akshan Sivir is when they snowball that, kind of board lead in the, rounds 2 to 4 or 5 or so, and then get you that the landmark explodes, and then you get that really crazy turn with so many different things happening with both Sivir and Akshan. With quick attack, of course, but if you're trading 1-for-1 and you're able to control the board until your vengeance, your ledgers come online, then you're feeling, I think, pretty confident.
Yeah, very great options from the Conchologists. Ghoster Driver thinking super hard. Do I want the group shot because it's just a 1 mana ping, pop a spell shield, etc. Getting Unspeakable Horror to generate another card. So things are starting to get very spicy. We've got Vengeance lined up for this first Screeching Dragon, and taking away that snowballing threat is going to be very strong as well. Love going for the Poison Dart here as well to set up the trade.
And there is now finally a Sharp Sight coming in, again trying to, I think, regain control of the board a little bit, get some favorable trades here, and continue having some presence on the board for the next turn. And Screeching Dragon will most probably come down. Can be Sivir, but I think Sivir isn't quite leveled up yet. Not really going to do much other than try and push 4 damage. And Screeching Dragon will do a better job of controlling the board.
By using the Poison Dart last round, we see here Ghost Driver doesn't have the Vengeance mana, but because you just have so many units in play, you're probably accounting for that. Yeah, if it's a Sivir or a Screeching Dragon or a Recurrent Bruiser, being played, they can survive for 1 turn. I've got the blockers, I've got the reactive spells to deal with Spell Shield, etc. So this way you can just play 1 unit, or just pass.
A very awkward turn for Ghost Driver. He couldn't do anything proactive while trying to wait for the Black Spear to kill the Screeching Dragon, so had to pass there, and Badge Attack, obviously a very smart player, instantly passes back and makes him burn that mana.
this once again harkens back to the Fiora Shen style of play, where you have your turn of development, and then you have your turn where you don't do anything to refill your spell mana to set up. And Badge Attack going back in with the second Screeching Dragon. Very important to note that Ghoster Driver has 2 copies of Vengeance, no Ruination in this build. So Badge Attack can go very wide and start to pressure here.
And the most important thing really is the fact that now he has the 2 mana available. Last turn he only had the 1 mana, didn't have single combat, now up. But now if there is any kind of answer to, the combat trades, if there is a Black Spear or a group shot trying to target one of these Screeching Dragons, you're able to kind of squeeze out a little bit more value by making it single combat into one of the other units from Ghoster Driver.
And here it comes, group shot, dealing 2 damage because there's 4 units in play. And so single combat will come through to get value out of the Vagabond.
Not incredibly risky, considering the group shot has been played here. The 2 damage with the 4 units on the board. You have to think, how can we do this now? So you can't kill off one of your opponent's units. You have to kill off maybe just one of your own.
Very cute. Unspeakable Horror kills the Loping Telescope. This buffs the Buru Sentinel, so it survives the single combat. Evershade Stalker being generated from Unspeakable Horror. Not the card you really want to see because it can't block, but it is, sticking with Ghoster Driver's theme of overwhelming value here.
This is the 3rd time that Ghoster Driver sacrifices one of his own units in this series. I think his units are definitely not happy to play for him because they're thinking, my opponent's trying to kill me, my own player's trying to kill me. What's going on here?
And just trading down the Screeching Dragon with the Stygian Onlooker, right? Having the 4 attack there is so massive because you deal a good chunk to the Screeching Dragon to clean it up with your other spells here. Going to take the Sharp Sight so that way you have an additional way to protect the Screeching Dragon. Perfect mana here for Sivir as well.
And there will be the possibility of the Vengeance. Obviously, Sharp Sight going to be great for any kind of damage-based removal, but Vengeance will bypass that entirely if it is played out. And of course, the Spell Shield will stop that though. And you have no actual ping effect here, so it's actually great for Badge Attack that all of those group shots and ping effects were used last turn.
We got Sivir about to come through with the Screeching Dragon and the Fleet Feather. Fleet Feather just going to pull this 2/2 to the side, and Ghoster Driver just in a very awkward spot. I guess you can play Burgeoning Sentinel. You still have Vengeance up, but 9 mana, you want Vengeance and Black Spear, so you just have to pass.
The one silver lining is that there is still 20 HP on the Nexus, so he's still very healthy, has, kind of a lot of a comfy cushion there in terms of, how much damage he can take this turn. Yeah, so Vengeance comes through just to kill the 2 HP Screeching Dragon. You can really see how important a unit like this is. Something with massive attack and Challenger, facilitating just the rest of the board dominance that Badge Attack is looking for. Has the Golden Aegis in hand, and is now just trying to work the game into a position where you've just got a wide, insurmountable board. And the Ledro's still a little bit too far away here. Still, we were at 8 mana. Doesn't really have the hand for a turn like this one with 10 mana available. And Badge Attack is also kind of running out of fuel. That 1 mana top deck was not ideal. Didn't have the Auction come down since the very beginning, so that's obviously a huge detraction from his game plan.
Yeah, we've already got the Warlord's Palace popped. He will come down level to get that Sentinel's Horde down as well. But with Badge Attack not being in a position to attack and do anything silly with a rally to truly threaten, it means that Ghoster Driver has plenty of room now, plenty of potential tempo to get this ledge roast down. Having a big unit with Fearsome means that Badge Attack is going to have to put something very valuable in front of it to block. Evershade Stalker coming through.
Black Spear not yet activated. You can't sacrifice one of your own units again if you're Ghoster Driver at this point.
And the rally here cuts off this chain of value because the Stalkers can't block. They do have Ephemeral here, so you can just swing, maybe try to get this barrier off of the Sivir if you want to.
But the damage that would come in from this turn plus the next turn, especially with the tracker coming in as well, would be maybe a little bit too much for Ghost Driver to handle, especially with Ledros being really his only play after this whole chain of events, and having the sharp sight backup in case Black Spear targets the Sivir.
So we'll see how this goes. Ghost Driver thinking, okay, Black Spear, do I want to play the Evershade Stalker? This play, of course, probably, it's fully telegraphed that there's a Black Spear from the Conchologist. Badge Attack has been playing around it beautifully for most of this mid-game.
And definitely no blocks here. I mean, I think you're happy to take this 10 damage and just go ahead and go for the full value, full control of the board at this point. Tracker coming down and having the sharp sight backup either for a kill or for just protection.
Does go for the block, wants to make use of the barrier.
I think because you have the sharp sight backup, you're not worried about the Black Spear as much. You almost even want to see it happen. That way you kind of take that resource away from your opponent and have the perfect answer already in hand.
And Ghost Driver, of course, needs to go for this. The achievement of a unit needs to die is, you know, it becomes more awkward and more awkward to achieve as you don't really have a lot of things in play, or your units dying just opens you up to a rally to close out the game regardless. So you have to try to get rid of this threat, but Sivir just coming back in for the double dip thanks to that Golden Aegis, and now is swinging back in.
Yeah, the perfect counterplay there with the sharp sight to deny the Black Spear altogether. And now once again,
attack.
You can get the challenge though from the tracker, which is the unfortunate thing here, but you get the quick attack on everything, and you're able to concerted strike if you need to. But I think you definitely want to save that to see, you know, as a reaction to whatever Ghost Driver plays, and just keep trying to control the board if you're Badge Attack, because you have no really resource in hand. You're running out of fuel.
And so the Sentinel has to block as much damage as you can. You've got concerted strike to kill the Ledros immediately as it's played. We'll see how Badge Attack wants to play around this. With no atrocity, you know, the threat of Ledros is very diminished, to be honest. And we might even see something like Kindred, Evershade Stalker. It's really hard to say.
I think you might want to wait to Concerted the turn after he attacks, just to stop that from being just replayed next turn and then attack again. Especially because there is, like you mentioned, no atrocity in hand, so there is no risk in next turn having the mana for atrocity and be able to counter that concerted strike that way. So yeah, I think a pass is going to be the play here from Badge Attack. That is the case. I think it just makes sense because of the replayability of Ledros himself.
Yeah, and you've got so much mana at this point, it's going to be very easy to weave that concerted strike into your next turn regardless of what you draw.
Treasure coming down, making the open attack right now almost a necessity, with the fact that the Sandstone Charger will come down and, you know, make it that much less appealing for Ghoster Driver.
And Ghoster Driver now, with the Evershade Stalker, has this additional resource that allows you to spend all of your mana and still put some threat down, right? Instead of just not being able to do much. Badge Attack going to develop the Waking Sands here as a freebie blocker versus the Ledros, etc. Trying to keep this wide board to close this game out. With no Akshan on Badge Attack's side, finding that final spike of value and strength to close out, things have wound down to be a very even game here.
Only Pokestick now in hand for Ghost Driver, but Badge Attack has to feel a little bit nervous about this Concerted Strike going through. There's no spell shield on the Sivir anymore. She's at 2 health right now. Definitely has to use both the Vagabond and the Sivir here. Can't risk using any of the 1 health units to try and get that Concerted Strike through because, you know, there's a risk of so many different things. But other than that, I guess Scoop Shot is now also activated, but you don't actually do have the mana for both. But yeah, you only have 1 card in hand that isn't the Evershade. So I think Badge Attack is feeling not too bad about this condition, especially now with only 1 mana up for Ghoster.
And you want I think this is the point where you need to kind of keep the Ledros alive so that they can't be replayed to set you down to 3, open up for like Doom Beasts and stuff to finish you off and Pokestick, and the Concerted Strike might need to go onto the Kindred. As these Evershade Stalkers die, Kindred is also going to parlay that into another free removal.
Yeah, those are concerted on the Kindred. I think I agree with you just because of the again, you want to go for a wider board. You can challenge the Ledros and then just go for the full swing. And
Going down to 2 HP is so risky because of the Doom Beasts.
Well, you're gonna have an open attack next turn. Almost ideal, for sure, with the current board in hand. As a reminder, there is no Atrocity in this deck from Ghost Driver. There is not an actual main deck copy of Atrocity.
Very cute as well, because you use the Sandstone Charger as the target for Concerted Strike. It just dies, so there's no way to like group shot your own Ledros or get it back in hand to try to set up anything. And into the open attack, as you said, Panda.
Guaranteed lethal, regardless of what you do here. You can't kill off any of the units. It would still be 8 damage coming through at the most, and you have the sharp side backup as well. So, in the end, maybe if it comes down to top decks, if there was a second, pokey stick or anything to go face, that would have been a win for Ghost Driver. But it came down to the very last moment. I think neither player was happy with how things planned out, because there wasn't an auction at all. The game plan for Badge Attack was very different to the norm, but still able to do just enough to squeeze out a win there.
Yeah, both players were very awkward. But it shows that when you're playing decks of that nature, Akshan Sivir proving to be a very flexible deck where even if things aren't going perfectly your way, you can try to slow things down as much as possible. And with Ghoster Driver's list, it's very toolboxy, very value oriented, and there was a lot of card generation, but no direct threats as well. So it really just came down to this sort of outvalue cat and mouse sort of game, and I am not surprised that it came down to be such a close and even match.
And that was the first of the German players to be knocked down to the losers bracket, with Badge Attack advancing to semifinals. There are actually 4 German players in this tournament today, so a very high chance we'll see a German winner. But for now, Badge Attack, trying to get Czechia on the map and getting that first win over Ghost Driver in this series as well. We're checking now to see if there's any more matches still ongoing for round 1, and we can jump into one of those. It looks like Gamebreaker versus Smooth Soloist is still going on. Not too surprised considering the deck that Gamebreaker has brought to the table today.
So Gamebreaker has been on fire lately for Fight Night EU, been putting in a lot of work, and this is going to be a player to keep an eye on, of course, trying to deny the EU bracket reset. And getting into the game here, we've got Smooth on the Watcher. We can see it in hand there. And Gamebreaker has 2 Xeraths in play and the Arsenal. Double Xerath just going to keep this board fully under control. We need the Arsenal to connect.
It has lifesteal, and Gamebreaker is currently at 2 HP, so that is very, very important. I agree with you. Looks like we're going to see the attempt here from Gamebreaker, so if there's any way to stop this from Smooth Soloist, there is a random negation in hand, so any kind of vengeance can be stopped, but there is 13 mana and, a somewhat full hand here from Smooth.
Yeah, having the Overwhelm on the Arsenal is great because there's no shenanigans around like glimpsing your Kindly Tavern Keeper to stop this lifesteal. And Smooth Soloist is probably, it's interesting to see, that Gamebreaker's down to 2 HP, because when you're playing Watcher, it's not the sort of deck that wants to beat you down. It's a deck that just wants to blow up your deck, and then you just lose that way. And here comes the 3 Sisters, gonna Entomb. Oh, it just goes for the Flash Freeze. Very smart. Entomb opens you up to Rite of Negation, and you don't care if this stays alive. You just want to prevent the lifesteal. Maybe try to push through a little bit of damage.
Now it's 10 HP on the Nexus for Smooth, and still that 2 HP for Gamebreaker being denied the lifesteal there on the Arsenal. Set the stage a little bit more. This is game 2 of this series, so we still have possibly a game 3 depending on... Well, Gamebreaker won the first game, so if Gamebreaker is able to end this here, that would be a 2-0, and just we would be moving on to the next round. But it can be, obviously now, especially with the 2 HP on the Nexus for Gamebreaker, that this would be a win for Smooth. Ooh.
Fading Memories plays the Arsenal. Just to discount the Watcher. It's an 8-drop.
That is, like I said, Smooth Solo is a guy that is wired to think outside the box, and that might be considered one of those ways to do it. Using your opponent's 8-drops to, accelerate your own game plan with a Watcher.
I like that. It just gets overwhelmed because one Thrall has hatched somewhere along the line in this game.
I forgot he was playing the Watcher. I'm like, what is this guy doing? that was a grave mistake. But
and then
it all does make sense now.
takes all the hits from Xerath.
This is finally a 17
Is
HP actually
Gamebreaker-
being useful. It's the
And-
first time in the history of the Watcher.
Does Gamebreaker have how many mini-morph is he on in this build? I think only one copy.
Gamebreaker is on 0.
Oh no. So Smooth just knows they can set up the Watcher here. There's no threat of mini-morph. You get the open attack. And now, remember, Watcher's effect was changed to leave Gamebreaker with 4 cards, if I'm not mistaken. 3 cards.
I think it was 3. Yeah, 3. Okay.
And so now this Time Bomb is a detriment. We just need the Arsenal to hard carry here. But there's no landmarks. There's no more landmarks, no more keywords to get. Nothing to trigger these Rites of the Arcane.
Things are all of a sudden looking very, very awkward in terms of what this Watcher effect means
It's
for
a
the rest of your game
Xerath
plan.
too. You can't shuffle it back in. You can destroy your own mana gems to use Rite of the Arcane. You don't need a landmark. Just start dealing tons of damage to the Watcher.
There's a Rockhopper with the possibility of a landmark coming through. We'll see if there's going to be an open attack or not from Gamebreaker. Of course, there's going to be the worry about things like Ruination, for example, etc. But at this point, you have still the Red Negation up. If you're Gamebreaker, I mean, you're going to see just what there is still in hand for Smooth here.
Yeah, you have to develop, because there's so much mana for Smooth Swallow-Wisp that if you just go for an open attack like that, there's so much like flash freeze, like we saw in the last round, to just stop the Arsenal from going for lethal. So for going wide, you're trying to put as much threats down onto the table as you can.
And there's no detriment, because if a unit is played, then you get the value from the landmark, obviously, from the Xerath ping. If there's a Ruination, you have the Red Negation, so you have the perfect answer, and that's a huge tempo advantage for yourself on this turn. And if there isn't, then you're just back to square one.
And if you don't play the Time Bomb here, you do get 1 more attack token, right? So things aren't completely over here. And thanks to
Withering Wail helping survive on 1 HP, but also allowing the heal to come through from the lifesteal.
That.
I think there's more important things to negate at this point. I mean, you're pretty happy with the outcome of how this has turned out.
Oh, because the Time Bomb deals 1 damage to the Nexus.
Second Withering Wail, now you have the Red Negation. So the perfect breakdown from Gamebreaker at every step of the way, controlling the outcome of this round.
Okay. I see you, Gamebreaker. Got the negate on the card that mattered. Zilean finishing the game off from beyond the grave.
And it was looking very dicey at many points in that game with only 2 HP from Gamebreaker. But how many times, Scarzig, have we seen this man on 2 to 3 HP, especially back when he was bringing the Karma decks and just surviving? And he is really the player that plays the best when he's on that edge, at that like 1 or 2 HP total. So I'm not so surprised to see him come back and win.
It is
It's his signature style.
When you're backed into a corner, the top decks just get that much better. The skill goes through the roof. Gamebreaker really showing us there against the Watcher, right? A deck that has now a resurgence, trying to counter these other Freljord Shadow Isles control decks. We even saw the Watcher land get its effect off, but giving your opponent a few more rounds to make something happen is really the balance change the Watcher needed, apparently. And as the bracket goes on, we'll see how it shows up for us.
And that was all the games we're going to see for round 1. That was a 2-0 from Gamebreaker with that game 2 win, so that is it for that series as well. We'll be going to a very short break, and we'll be back with the semifinals of the winners bracket very soon. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We just saw round 1 conclude, showing some newer decks, some new ideas to counter the meta, and also some old school all-stars coming back to see if they have what it takes to find their place in the tournament scene. But now we're moving on to the next round.
Are we seeing Gamebreaker versus Jinden? Gamebreaker, we just saw the very end of his matchup there, but I think we can't really count that, as having his match on stream. Although it was a very exciting end, I will give him that. But we're going to be able to see more Xerath Zilean in action, which I think is a deck that, is very interesting. We've been seeing it for the past few weeks in Fight Night with only maybe 1 or 2 players bringing it, so it's not just a meta staple yet. But when it works out and when, things like the Arsenal come down and Xerath and his ability, it does seem very strong.
The Arsenal's just been a fantastic way for that deck to close out games and stabilize. Jinden, as you had pointed out, coming from the Philippines, and just a great player overall. I'm really glad to showcase them here on Fight Night. And as we know, these younger players are always monstrous threats in the scene.
And he's from the Philippines, but still essentially in the EMEA region because he does reside in Saudi Arabia. If he's still there, maybe that's changed in the past few months, but that was the case when he first qualified to a seasonal a few months ago. And the deck to highlight here is Scarzig. Actually, the one time I'm very excited to bring the deck forward, and that is Spider Aggro. Is a deck that I've played a lot on ladder, throughout every single season. This is the version that I don't like too much. I don't like Astral Fox, to be honest. I prefer Sentry. Ragnar also brought this deck, and he is playing the exact version that I played this season to climb to Masters. So I don't like this version as much, but the rest of it I think is pretty set in stone as kind of the classic version of this deck. Maybe missing the One Brothers Bond.
Yeah, I've seen One Brothers Bond sprinkled in here and there. Really lets you push through a lot of early game damage when you have that early board advantage, right? Where you're 2 or 3 units ahead of your opponent's blockers. You're pushing through that extra 4. And it is a grant, which is something that a lot of players don't remember, is they get to keep that attack going down the road. The inclusion of Astral Fox, I can perhaps understand. When you're in a tournament setting, you're thinking, okay, well, I'm going to need a little bit of extra burn in the deck. If I get an early start and my opponent is just struggling to keep up in tempo, they're going to be tapped out of mana anyway, and I can get the Astral Fox to pop off more often than not. But I
played with it for half of the climb, let's say, this season, and it just didn't feel great. There's many games where you're still playing for board, sneaking in the last bit of damage. You don't want to sacrifice it outright because this is different from Demolitionist, where you sacrifice. There's no way to just damage it and force your opponent to have counterplay to remove it on the next swing, for example. And the fact that it has just too much counterplay for a 4-mana unit is just a little bit too much. I don't think it ever...
and it's not even that great to get off of Stalking Shadows either. Like, it's cute to sacrifice your ephemeral unit that's going to die anyway and do plays like that. But as you said, Avarosan Sentry, oh my god, Arachnoid Sentry, being in that slot means that you're just going to have an extra stun when you need it, which can push through more damage on average.
The rest of the deck is pretty set in stone with the rear guards, the Saboteurs, Precious Pet, the 12 1-drops to make sure you're guaranteeing, ideally to have against most decks or against a lot of decks, to have that triple 1-drop opener that just put them down to 12, 11 HP right away. And that is already a huge, huge problem. But the Brothers Bond especially, I think I'm missing it because it's maybe not as expected sometimes. Players don't know exactly what version you're playing. They don't know if you have that buff or not. And it's the one combat trick that actually get some pretty important swings in your favor. For example, Xerath blocking in the Xerath Zilean matchup is huge because a lot of players block with Xerath, don't expect the +2 on a unit that has to attack, and getting that kill and getting that trade when they don't have play Xerath, they don't have mana to back up because they don't think they need it against spiders, and getting that blowout is massive at having a board in the mid game.
And versus, when you're facing this deck, if your opponent's at 3 spell mana, you're like, oh, Noxian Fervor. But anything below that, you're like, okay, we're good to go. And having something that you can threaten with 2 mana means that your opponent's going to be a lot more hesitant to block effectively, as you just mentioned. But speaking of that Xerath Zilean, we're going to take a closer look at Gamebreaker's build. No mini morph in this version. Running the Inventive Chemist, which I very much like for the early game. We've seen some builds, of course, go for the Ancient Preparations, smoothing out your curve, getting that early landmark proc for Xerath, and Zilean, but Inventive Chemist just being a 1-mana 2/1 is much better for defense. Having the bomb stick around for a few rounds gives you more options for your Rite of Arcane and Desert Naturalist, so I'm really enjoying this build. The Hourglass, also very cheeky. We saw 2 Xeraths working in tandem at the end of Gamebreaker's last game, but I'm not sure how often the Ancient Hourglass really comes through to save with the Xerath.
And I think in this case, Gamebreaker has reached the conclusion that maybe the Minimorph is worth running a Quicksand instead. Similar effects in some cases. The 3/3 body that Minimorph leaves, you know, in its wake, it's not usually ideal in some cases because obviously you still have to deal with that body. You're playing just for board value. So yeah, overall, I think I like the Quicksand. I like the moving away from the Minimorph. It's going to be meta dependent. Some metas with Lee Sin and certain, you know, very key units being rampant is going to be like, okay, you have to have, you know, 1 or 2 Minimorphs no matter what. But other metas, I think, allow for more experimentation. I think the Quicksand might be the correct choice.
Yeah, I'm a huge Quicksand fan, honestly. Ever since I believe it was Calamitous was bringing it triple Quicksand in Sivir LeBlanc, and we were seeing like the implications of setting up really strong trades, dealing with barrier, that sort of thing. I've just been trying to squeeze it in a lot of my Shurima builds. Having it deal with elusive is also great. Offsetting twin is beautiful, twin disciplines, and maybe we could see, for example, cutting 1 Hourglass for another Quicksand. That build also had 3 copies of Hexplosive Minefield. Typically, lists only run 2, and they just employ them in very specific points against very specific units. But having 3 means you can be a lot more liberal with it and pop them a lot. And I think that that's what Gamebreaker's really trying to do, is cycle through these landmarks very, very, very quickly and have that beastly arsenal that you don't have to cross your fingers and hope for lifesteal. You have so many keywords showing up that it's basically guaranteed.
I have to say, out of context, the claim "I'm a huge fan of Quicksand" lines you up to be some kind of, you know, Indiana Jones villain in the next movie or something. But in this context, then yes, I agree with you. You don't put Quicksand in your evil lair, Panda? What are you, a lava guy? Come on. I think you're playing Runeterra a little bit too thematically, Scarzig. You got to tone it down a little bit. But right away, there's the minefield coming down, stopping the first attack. So right away, you know, halting, putting the brakes on Jinden's game plan.
Yeah, so the Minefield's actually coming through huge. Spider Aggro's a deck that really needs to continuously develop, and so the Minefields are just going to continue, also punish and punish and punish those developments over and over. Love the Rockhopper here, setting up that Roiling Sands, punishing a potential Elise development on turn 2. And so now Jinden just takes the turn off and goes for the next idea. Maybe a Stalking Shadows here, looking for options, or just play the Elise down and force the block regardless.
Inventive Chemist can come in the Zilean as well. Zilean obviously with 1 attack doesn't really block Fearstones, but can chump block, you know, Spiderlings and other, you know, smaller units quite effectively. This could be, yeah, Stygian Onlooker off the Stalking Shadows. You have the mana to play out still both copies if you choose to, and that would make it so there's only the possibility of 1 Fearsome blocker no matter what here in hand for Gamebreaker, while currently on the board with the Rockhopper, but you do have a second Minefield to stun once again.
There is 1 Fearsome blocker. So Minefield comes through, stops the Stygian. Second Stygian comes through, the Ephemeral one now. And even if you wait for the Ephemeral Stygian, because the non-Ephemeral one came in first, the Explosive Minefield will prioritize it.
Happy to take the extra 2 damage here to just make sure you're clearing the board here. Obviously, the Ephemeral copy will die once it does strike, and now that is going to be only 1/2/1 that has vulnerable as well. That can be targeted by a Zilean, for example, or maybe you just want to play Xerath on curve, trade the 2/1, the Chemist, for the Onlooker, and just now with this kind of landmark synergy, continue on with your game plan.
And the Xerath development here is very important. You're getting a Fearsome blocker in case Jinden continues on this curve. Something like a Frenzied Skitterer would be very detrimental, but you're also getting that Rite of Negation. So you have your removal for other threats that come down. You're able to detonate that Hexplosive Minefield and get another stun. So this just translates to much more defense in the long run, even though you might be tempted to play Zilean and try to get time bombs.
The hand is not bad here, considering that there has to be kind of a full burn game plan now developed from Gamebreaker, or from Jinden rather. I think he knows that he's going to lose control of the board once this Sarah starts getting all this value from all the different damage spells. And especially once Desert Naturalist comes down, and now it's all going to be about, Doom Beast and then the Decimates back to back over that few turns. No healing in this deck or game. That's the one silver lining here for Jinjin.
Yeah, the aggro decks have come out of the woodwork, mostly to punish like Ari Kennen, but the Rite of Negation, I was just going to say, is so key for stopping this damage. How many copies is he on? 2 copies of Rite of Negation?
Now, Gamebreaker can't ever go under 4 mana as long as the Decimate is still up. That being said, only 6 mana for Jin, so he can't really play any proactive plays other than Decimate if he wants to go for it this turn. He might still be playing for board, though, playing out the House Spider and kind of going through the motions to still try and play for board.
Arsenal, very confident in that card coming down, trying to find that Overwhelmed Lifesteal combination in order to get that stabilization and completely seal the deal in this game. The Time Bomb seemed like an interesting pickup in order to get some board clear, in order to draw another card, maybe looking for second right or more board dominance.
And we'll see now. I think Gamebreaker won't be baited into really anything else this turn. I think he knows, the rules he has to follow to make sure not to lose the Decimate. But either way, Jinjin doesn't want to, waste his mana. Commits to Decimate here, and it will be the Rite of Negation coming in to deny it altogether. Sacrificing the Chemist in the process because there is, of course, no board space right now, and that is always an issue with these landmark decks.
Yeah, and you can't destroy a mana gem because you're so locked into this Arsenal play. You can't delay that any further.
The draws here are not really ideal. I think you can't really still be playing for the board at this point. You want to just go for direct burn damage. You have currently 7 damage in hand, missing 3 more to try and get lethal.
Gamebreaker also rethinking the arcane play because of Noxian Fervor. You have what it takes in play right now to kind of block this board down. And so you don't want to open up that opportunity.
We'll see what the option is here for Jinjin. I think he can't really continue. He plays a Horror. He doesn't have mana now for the Decimates. He has to be scared still of possibly the second Rite of Negation, which can be in hand for Gamebreaker.
This is translating to a pretty wide swing. Gamebreaker going to dip down lower. Right, you're still taking a few points of damage around the sides. Jinjin doesn't care about losing control of the board or giving Gamebreaker favorable trades at this point. It's all about just forcing through that damage. We have a full swing lined up thanks to Elise. 6v4.
Only 2 damage is going to be going through on the sides, though, so not quite enough to make it so that there is, theoretical lethal in hand already.
Mm-hmm.
And next turn, Arsenal will be coming down, and depending on what keywords he gets, it might already be game over.
Yeah, we've only had some explosive minefields come through and a scrappy bomb, 1 roiling sands. Not quite enough.
We'll see what the top deck will be for Jinjin. Almost always Stalking Shadows is kind of the thing you're always hoping for, despite the nerfs to the card. It still does so much in refueling your hand, getting you Doom Beast, getting you... Usually it's just going to be the burn cards because, you can't really play for board, so anything else is not really going to do it for you in most matchups at this point in the game. We're going to turn 8.
So tries to go for the Rite of the Arcane. So in order to clear both of these units, I like this setup. Jinjin was holding the Noxian Fervor as a potential way to sidestep the lifesteal on the Arsenal when it does come down, but this forces the Noxian Fervor because now all of your options for it, all of your units are going to be removed.
He's also level up for Xerath, and now the possibility of a huge open attack from Gamebreaker. And once again, there is still 1 damage missing on this Nexus for that Decimate to be lethal. And he has no spell in a bank for next turn either.
Yep, so here it is, the Arsenal. Even without the keywords, this is going to be just lethal.
There's the lifesteal.
Oh my god.
Shen Emote and Surrender will be briefly coming through from Jinjin. Nothing he can do here. He has that extra bit of damage on the Saboteur for next turn. There's a Shen Emote and no Surrender. All right.
Yeah, even without the with the lifesteal, it was still just going to be lethal, right? Being at 5 HP means there's not enough for Jinjin to do there.
And that's going to be game 1 going to Gamebreaker. And there was a point in that game where Xerath came down. There was no spell mana to help out. Demolitionist came down onto the Onlooker, and there was 2 spell mana still up for Jindin.
Mm-hmm.
If he had a Brother's Bond, there was a chance for that counterplay. But of course, open decklist, I think, Gamebreaker's play was obviously affected by the fact that he knows there wasn't a Brother's Bond. But it's a play that so many times on ladder I was able to pull off, and it really changes the outcome of this matchup. But in this case, I think Gamebreaker had a pretty comfortable time entirety of the game. Not too much pressure in the early game with the minefield and the good 1-drops with the Chemist and the Rockhopper.
Really lined up against those early fearsomes as well, shoring up that weakness and committing, right? Getting the Zillion Predict into the arsenal, sacrificing a unit with the Rite of Negation to keep your mana up.
Oh no. This is going to be a good matchup for Spiders in general against Ari Kennen. But not having a 1-drop is one of the bad ways to start the matchup off. Obviously, when you full mulligan, you still don't get one. You think, please, just give me one on the natural top deck, and you don't get it. You feel really bad. Right away, your mental going into the game is not really great.
So we are going to see Twin Disciplines on the Kennen to block. Get rid of this Elise. You've got second Kennen in hand.
And at least surviving would be pretty scary because there is a full Spider Synergy hand, in the works. You have the attack on 4 as well, which is going to be very scary with the Skitterer.
Mm-hmm.
Especially because, again, this deck has such a hard time blocking Fearsomes. And this hand is perfect for what's going to be coming. You're going to get, the full 4 spiders on the board right now. Next turn, the soft pass with the 1-drop and then the 3-drop to buff absolutely everything.
Yeah, Gamebreaker's in a really rough position. You can go for the second mark here to detonate now that there's not mana for Noxian Fervor. But, Gamebreaker gonna play it a little slow. Gonna mark multiple spiders. Maybe cycle the Kennen this round. Get even more board control. And you can really see the adaptation here, where the potential for a wide board, the potential for Fearsome is so good for Spiders, but Kennen does so much heavy lifting, honestly, for correcting these matchups and these board states where you feel like you have a good advantage, and then the Marks of the Storm really flip the script.
The one good thing here is that the only units that can be blocked here are the ones that are marked already. So that's actually pretty good news for Jindin here, because he's going to force trades if you want to block some of this damage onto the spiders that don't have Fearsome. The ones that do have Fearsome aren't marked and can pull through full damage here.
So we got the 3-2 that is going to get detonated, the 2-1 being held back, so it doesn't get that value trade into the Kinko Wayfinder, which you love to see. Jindin has a beautiful opening curve into Stalking Shadows to reload. We could see, Doom Beast picked up off of this, getting another Skitterer to go for another beautiful Fearsome swing.
There's going to be the recall on the Kennen, the mark on the 3-2 spider that, there's nothing that can be done here. There's no mana for Fervor even to try and counter it, but still 9 damage being pushed through while still conserving a Fearsome board is the most important thing here for Jindin, where this still has to be dealt with the next few turns, and you continue to not have any Fearsome blockers. You wasted or used up one of your disciplines already, and your Wayfinder isn't going to help fix this. It's going to have to be only the Mark of the Storms.
Yeah, we need Kennen to level up. We need Ari to level up in order to get that Fearsome blocker. We're still a couple rounds off of Sign-In and the Scattered Pod, but that's only one blocker.
Talking Shadows coming through. The House Spider's not really going to be doing much of anything without at least level up.
Oh, the Doom Beast! So, very split decision, Panda. Two excellent options here.
I think if he had a heavier hand, like a Decimate, for example, a more mana start or more mana filled hand, he would go for the Doom Beast. It's gonna be the Onlooker anyways. I think the Doom Beast would have been maybe a better way to round out the very kind of empty hand. But it looks like Onlooker's still the case, and this goes to show that Fearsome is still going to be kind of the key word to highlight here, and the one that's going to have a lot of problems for Gamebreaker to deal with.
Especially now with the Kennen being cycled, Mark of the Storm whittling down this board, taking the Stygian Onlooker means that Jindin is going to be able to go wider with a, with more threat on the table.
The go hard is pretty massive, though, at just stopping essentially 5 damage with Drain Effect and the kill on one of the Onlookers.
So Elise sets up first. Wayfinder going to respond. Now Kennen is leveled. We got those fearsome blockers, Panda. There's 2 Kennens in play now.
And this changes quite a bit with the Go Hard as well. It's going to be pretty big here. Still 4 mana up for Gamebreaker.
Yeah, we were really hoping to see another Frenzied Skitterer or something, get that debuff. But 10 HP, this is where the stabilization happens.
Here's the thing, this is the best target now for the Fervor, considering that this is a drain as well, so that's 1 extra bit of damage, or 1 extra bit of healing, or going towards Gamebreaker.
Yeah, if we go for Noxian Fervor, there is mana up for Nopify, but you've got to do it. You kind of want to save that against like a Mark, maybe, but Gamebreaker's now in a position where I don't think he's ever going to tap down underneath 3. So the longer you wait, the higher the chance becomes that they do have the Nopify. Really hard to say.
All the onlookers coming through. The full fearsome attack here with the 1/1 spider, being the only non-fearsome on the full attack here. But overall, like you mentioned, cannon level up is huge at stopping most of this damage. You still have the Mark of the Storm as well to stop one of the 2/1s, so not really that much damage being pushed through.
Yeah. No mana for Nopify. Mark of the Storm also being detonated. Kennen going to get recalled. And once this mana gets assigned, there's no Nopify, so Noxian Fervor does come through here. Either onto the Ephemeral Stygian or the this this Precious Pet.
Still a little bit far away from the lethal damage here. You're gonna have to depend on top decks, as is usually the case with this deck. If you are Jinten. That being said, the game plan for Gamebreaker is still very far away. But him having the go hard, slant in his game plan is definitely not ideal for Jinten, because now he does have that chance of being able to slowly heal over time.
Also nice to see Retreat Return being put back into the deck. It was a beautiful one-of in some earlier builds that rotated out, but now players are really starting to appreciate, once again, having that recall and then just bringing the unit back into play, especially with Kennen being so much more important for beating these aggressive matchups. Ooh, Noxian Fervor going onto the Kennen, gonna try to starve Gamebreaker out of fearsome blockers and try to push through with this Elise and Precious Pet.
Definitely an interesting take there with 7 HP down the Nexus for Gamebreaker, but there's another go hard, being able to easily take down the Spider, but the perfect top deck with the Fervor. Can't answer here, but there is mana for Homecoming, so I think in the end, once again, Jinten being very patient about this Noxian Fervor. Can play out the House Spider here. Doesn't level up Elise, still a little bit too far from that. And Scattered Pod being able to once again give a lot of value now to Gamebreaker.
Yeah, you get the Attune, find a slow speed spell to get Go Hard number 3. And so by going for the Noxian Fervor onto the Kennen,
I don't know
sending
this
that Nexus
is correct.
to the face.
Just aiming this at the 1/1 doesn't seem ideal. I mean, at the end of the day.
Yeah. Oh, I see. Gamebreaker was saying after the other Noxian Fervor got cashed in, like very low chance of getting that top deck. If that other Noxian Fervor had gone to the Nexus, putting Gamebreaker down to 2, you can threaten with Doom Beast. You can start threatening with Decimate, forcing things like Deny to be the answer there. So we'll have to see if the next couple draws are enough, if they're going to get Jinten over the finish line.
Pack Your Bags is activated, though. That's something you have to keep in mind as well. So it's the game is reaching a climax very quickly on both sides, really. Shadow Assassin is great to cycle here. The Onlooker not ideal. You can't activate the Nightfall at this point. The Elise can't push damage through. So this is the problem with this deck. Sometimes you're at the mercy of the top decks. If they don't really come through, then you are usually in big trouble. But there's Silent coming into hand for Gamebreaker, so the opposite. He has now a lot more value, a lot more card refuel, and Jinten is being starved of really any resources.
Yep. Very unfortunate. Scattered Pod about to also gain elusive, and there's the Deny, sealing the deal on this game.
Yeah, that's, if you have to pick, if you're Gamebreaker, the next 4 top decks starting last turn, I think it looks a little bit like what his hand looks like right now. He has the Deny, he has a Pack Your Bag, has a second sign-in even. And Jinten quite the opposite. Rear guard and Onlooker at this point, barely saving you, but Pack Your Bags will finish it off in style.
Gamebreaker finding the win in game 2.
And that is going to be another 2-0 for Gamebreaker. And once again, Spiders being taken down by Ari Cannon, a deck that in theory this deck should be preying on. Maybe one of the reasons why it was brought by 2 different players in this tournament setting. Usually these full-on aggro lists are not really considered in tournaments because, you know, they lack some player agency. Some players feel that they're kind of, you know, at the mercy of their, you know, starting hands, at the, you know, the matchups as well, if they're polarized enough. But Ari Cannon is so predominant currently in the Fight Night tournaments last 2 weeks, for example. I think some players are trying to target it to some extent, but didn't really work out in this case for Jinden.
Yeah, there was, of course, the lack of a 1-drop, which was massive to not get that really strong swing on the second turn. Going for Stygian Onlooker over Doombeast, you know, hindsight's 2020. It seemed like a strong idea at the start, but then getting those Marks of the Storm to just really hold the fort against those fearsome blockers was so strong for Gamebreaker to keep out a lot of the potential damage there.
And there will be no more games after this one that we've had for this round. But Scarzig, are you also getting some deja vu looking at what our winners bracket final looks like, considering it's the exact same one as last week?
Gamebreaker, Badge Attack trying to do it up once again. And the players have a little bit of different decks, right? Gamebreaker, I think, running the same lineup actually with Ari Kennen and Zillion Zareth. But Badge Attack stepping up to the plate with a brand new lineup, accounting for a wider variety of decks in the meta, but also sticking to things that he's known to play.
That being said, you know, there is the Zareth Zillion mirror that can come into play. Also, once we started, you know, naming off the players at the very beginning, I mentioned, you know, these 2 players don't need an introduction, and, you know, this is maybe, you know, the point being proven. Both players once again in the winners final, very consistent with their results, and we'll be catching that, you know, kind of third rematch because they played the bracket reset as well last week. So we'll see how this third match in these last 2 weeks goes after this very short break. So stay tuned and don't go anywhere.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We're about to get our three-peat of Giga Blasted Winners Finals. Just strong players showing their consistency week to week to week as the meta has been in a huge state of fluctuation since the balance patch, and still finding the wins in these sets and going up to now the winners.
Yeah, Gamebreaker's on his, I think, third or fourth finals in a row. So definitely coming into this new year with optimal form, a great understanding of the meta as well. He has actually been changing decks throughout the last few Fight Night tournaments as well. And in this case, trying to do it with Zerazillion. But I think the deck to highlight here is going to be Badge Attack's Akshan Sivir, a deck that we had seen obviously a whole lot of in the first meta, that it became really the dominant force. It was kind of the deck that everyone was playing around and trying to counter in some way. It was kind of the introduction of Plunder into the meta as well. But it has been toned down in many different ways. Runeterra, of course, got a nerf, and a few other key pieces in the deck have made it evolve and adapt over time, and is now considered, I think, slightly more fair, of course, but also still allows for a lot of decision making, a lot of player agency, and in the right hands can be a very, very scary deck.
And that is what we're showcasing here. Badge Attack has been a huge proponent of this archetype because it's just still so solid and so stable. Even though what it does is very fair, what it does is still quite strong. And again, it kind of harkens back to that very old school style of Demacia mid-range of threatening those combat tricks and trying to go for value and board dominance, setting up for that big rally turn or that big Sivir Absolver turn to finish out the game. Now that we are sort of re-entering a metagame where, this cat and mouse bait and counter bait sort of gameplay style is a bit more at the forefront, it does make sense that Akshan Sivir can take advantage of that. The only thing I'm a little worried about is the one Preservarium. The lack of card draw has always been the bane for this deck, but you've got to give up something, right? Having the Golden Aegis, the Cataclysm, all strong cards, and trying to squeeze the Merciless Hunters in here to take advantage of that Fearsome.
And the lack of card draw is only a problem if you are a bad player that does not draw the Akshan on turn 2. But of course, we know Badge Attack is a great player. He already didn't draw Akshan on one game, so he's paid, the sacrifice to the Shuriman gods. And now he's in line, in the moment it matters most, in the winner's final, to have his Akshan on turn 2 and to have his game plan work as intended.
Just, yeah, getting that predict and draw. It's like, you know what I mean? Being able to choose the card that you draw out of 3 options rather than just having an extra card draw is worth way more in a deck of this nature, where having very specific cards at very specific times accentuates their power. Things like Concerted Strike and Cataclysm are good cards, but in the right moments are completely game-winning cards.
Exactly. I think that you really nailed it. The synergy between and the combo between certain packages of cards in this deck in certain situations is really the strength. The biggest strength, and that's the key of having that extra card draw, allows you to have that versatility and enables that so much more. So that's where the deck really gets scary. I mentioned before the snowball effect of having a board in the first few turns survive, and then piling onto that with the different things that start happening, the landmark popping and Sivir's effect and Akshan, etc. That's where it really gets out of control and can really snowball into a much scarier board than it looks like on paper.
And speaking of snowballing, we of course got the Screeching Dragons and the Vakuran Bruiser at the top end, and those of course just started to really hit the deck after the Ruin Runner nerf, and has ever since then run in various quantities and different spreads there.
As a reminder, the second deck for Badge Attack will be the Darkness deck that I know you are very fond of, that we saw earlier today. And for Gamebreaker, it will be Zerazillion, which we just saw, and the notorious Ari Kennen. Doing Ari Kennen things, seemed to have no problem with what was an unfavorable matchup in the last match we saw against Jinten, against Spiders. But overall, just seems to be one of the, I guess, undisputedly the strongest deck in the current meta.
It's one of those lists that the players that have been on it for a long time, appreciating its power level, are just digging deeper and deeper and are continuously surprised by, especially me as a caster, continuously surprised at how adaptable the deck seems to be. Any matchup or situation that seems unfavored, there's always some new way to spin it and play out the matchups or the cards in a way that makes it seem more tolerable for the matchup as a whole. So getting into round 1, we've got the Darkness versus Ari Kennen. This new build of Darkness does take advantage of the box, takes advantage of Group Shot as an additional cheap ping to try to pressure these recalls. With double Roadmaker and Catalyzer, we could see a chain of incredibly cheap Darkness spells threatening these Aris, threatening these Kennens, making Gamebreaker unable to protect his most important pieces.
And there is
what a hand.
The box is really the ideal. It's the perfect counter to the Wayfinder on turn 4. Catalyzer comes through. You can't really block y'all with a quick attack on the Ari. You can't really go for the block there. You have Twin Disciplines here in hand for Gamebreaker, so he has that, the safety net to be able to boost up the Ari if he needs to.
And we could see a recall on the Ari just to delay the Catalyzer proc. There's really no way to remove it unless you get like early Kennen, try to cycle it. Palm is great here. Because the thing about Catalyzer is, you're just going to go for attack or defense. And it makes it so that Gamebreaker is very specific around what attacks can be taken and what developments can be made. Badge Attack just going to go for the... going to go for the Vagar here on 4. Start getting that Darkness stacked up. This forces Homecoming.
And no Wayfinder on this turn 4 swing, knowing that the box would be a huge punishment for it, maybe hoping to let it come out after there is no mana for the box. So very, I think, smart play by Gamebreaker, not trying to go for the tempo advantage of the Wayfinder early, instead waiting to see something committed here. And now, obviously, the box, if it's not committed this turn, you can't get the value next turn. The units have been played already. The turn is passed. So actually the way to play around that if you're Gamebreaker.
Yeah, and then you're getting the concussive palm back.
And now you have a much better recall target if you choose to take it, but instead just going to allow the Darkness buff to happen. I think you're not really playing that many huge HP units. So again, we mentioned before, going past that 3 damage is almost irrelevant in some cases.
And as you recall your own units to deny the Darkness, it's going to be very difficult to level up the Vagar here. Ari coming through, pushing more damage. Badge Attack attempted to take the 4 damage. If you block with the Stilted Roadmaker, that could be a Twin Discipline, where you lose your unit, and then Ari still pushes through tons of damage.
You feel pretty confident, but yeah, with Twin Disciplines, you feel confident going for this and not being punished for it. There can be both Twin Disciplines on the Ari and an Opify coming through, or I think ideally just going to be a recall. Ooh, instead,
just protects the droplet with HP, so you get the recall and you get the cycle. Not trying to go for Homecoming, opening yourself up to any additional pings. Gonna save the Homecoming probably for Ishtali Sentinel or Senna, something that is really going to try to stifle your game plan in the late game when you're going for that lethal. Second Wayfinder getting cleaned up by the box.
You do still have some mana to respond, but Notify cannot hit the box. You don't have deny mana to stop the box, but you can still recall a little bit here to get some of this value back.
Yeah, just keep cycling that droplet, right? Looking for those go hards, getting that final burst of a win condition. Oh, actually going to save the Kennen here.
Yeah, getting the mark and just able to get both. Well, actually, yeah, just the one mark. You can't replay the Kennen in this case because you have one on the board already, but still able to now return the Shadow Assassin. So it's actually one of the key units that's making this return retreat that much more appealing. Usually you have a Zed in most decks that used to use this card back in the day, but now it's going to be Shadow Assassin instead.
Yeah, bring that 2-1 down. Just more chip damage from your elusives. We have Cynen, Thousand Tailed, also coming down potentially to facilitate some more aggression. Stilted Roadmaker just offering some damage. And if you're a Gamebreaker, you could almost take this.
You have a Wayfinder once again in hand. You're tempted to use it again. Surely doesn't have a second box, but Badge Attack does actually have it. And there isn't enough mana for both Wayfinder and Deny for this turning for Gamebreaker. So we'll see how he navigates his turn. If he wants to play it safe and try and have Deny back up for when he does play the Wayfinder.
I wonder if Wayfinder gets cleaned up by box if you really care. I think if you had like one recall or something like that to save your another Kennen or your other droplet, you'd like to see it. But just droplet, lightning rush type stuff, trying to just get more draws is really what you need.
So you might commit to it here.
Up just yet.
Wayfinder comes down and immediately the snapped box comes through. Again, no deny mana. You have mana for Notify, but can't hit this box. So unfortunate that the second Wayfinder gets killed off here.
Yeah, completely cleared, scoops up all of these units. You aren't going to be able to... You do have Lightning Rush, at the very least, if you want to draw that card. Because what's your win condition here, really? You're looking for maybe a pack your bags to get a wide board wipe and then swing for lethal?
Mm-hmm. And the value of that wide board will also be obviously the sign and synergy next turn. That's the key aspect there.
Still a lot of potential card draw in hand, just no cycling cards for the droplet. We've got to rely on Ari here.
Has an Obify, I think, to stop the darkness at any point in time. Has that backup. Sign-in might be coming down here. 10 minutes to work with.
What's very scary as well, Panda, is that Vhagar's just been sitting there menacingly. This darkness has not been cast, but we saw this a long time ago where you play Ishtali Sentinel and then you just hit the Nexus with just a big darkness using Ishtali Sentinel. It doesn't matter what the rest of the damage looks like. And now with the with the group shot coming through, you're forcing these notifies, you're getting these denies out of the way, clearing a path for these darknesses to start taking over the game.
But the Poke Stick is massive here at just continuing to put on the pressure onto the Dancing Droplet, stopping, this slow amount of chip damage coming through from Game Breaker and stopping, more importantly, the cycling as well. We'll see if, a Lightning Rush is committed here. And now the end of the cycle is going to be the Wither One coming through, but now you have to pull the trigger here on the Deny finally.
Yeah, you put too much resources into this Dancing Droplet, so you have to make sure that goes through. Get your 2 damage on the Nexus, get that card draw.
And stop the drain as well.
Game Breaker looking for?
And now that, that whole chain of events makes it so that now you can kill off the Ari very easily for just the 1 damage.
Just a huge meteor of darkness coming through to clean up that Ari. Now we just need 1 more darkness generator. We can use Quicken. You can actually recall your own Vhagar, replay him to get that darkness if you'd like.
We'll see if a Scatter Pod can come down. It would be Enlightened next turn, would have the Elusive. Darkness is, of course, going to be almost an insta-kill because of how long Vhagar has been on the board, but we have to see a Darkness come into hand first.
Yeah, Vhagar, I think, has been the only Darkness generator that's been played so far, so the next handful of top decks could be very massive. Senna, and the Dark Bulb Acolyte. Ishtali Sentinel to get these extra beats down. Now that both boxes have been cashed in, answering the Kinko Wayfinders, Game Breaker is developing just 1 unit at a time.
Double Go Hard now available for Game Breaker, and a pass comes through. 2 Elusives, the Vengeance, perfectly top decked here for Badge Attack as an answer to the Scatter Pod. There is no Deny currently in hand for Game Breaker. He cannot stop this damage from coming through. And this is, I think
guards down first.
Game Breaker knows that the Vengeance maybe is a scarier option here from Badge Attack and decide to develop first.
I think with the play that Game Breaker setting up might be double go hard into sign in.
Yeah. To try and draw the rest of it, maybe see pack your bags as a win condition as well.
Yeah, so there's the Vengeance. Badge Attack very low on HP. Darkness is one of those decks that's known for its underdog playstyle. Goes down to very low points of HP and then stabilizes off of Ishtali Sentinel, or is just able to end the game explosively with a leveled up Vhagar.
You have to feel very comfortable for Game Breaker, though. I mean, 19 HP still on the Nexus. The Darknesses are big, yes, but you still have so many different tools to cycle here.
Oh, and the Deny.
Don't find the Go Hard, but you do find the Deny, which I think is huge at, again, putting you in a position of comfort for the next few turns.
So now Vhagar does come through once again. 1 mana Darkness. Kills the Sign-In.
And it does have now enough damage to kill Sign-In in 1 hit. That was to be expected at this point. And there's the Mecha level up for the Vhagar as well.
Beautiful. So Game Breaker still at 20 HP. Vhagar's got some big bombs coming through. 10 damage!
Oh, okay, that's much bigger than I thought. Never mind. Game Breaker is not comfortable anymore.
Yeah, Notify comes through. Dark Bulb Acolyte. Deny will come through on top of this as well.
The 0 mana darknesses are now a thing. If you thought Burble Fish for 0 mana was scary, wait till you see 10 damage darknesses.
Oh man, and so now with the Homecoming onto the droplet, that's going to be another card draw, the final tick for Ari's level up, and Go Hard number 3 being added to the hand. Still has mana up for deny.
You're going to need to deny the
We were really
here.
hoping to see Ishtali's Sentinel, right? So that way you could duplicate, have 2 darknesses hitting the Nexus.
This is a huge problem for Badge Attack. It's a big elusive threat next turn that he can't deal with. You're going to take all this damage. I think if you're Game Breaker, you just don't care about your Nexus health right now. You just care about, I guess you do to some extent because the darkness can come down, but there is no Senna, which means that there is no way of playing darkness at fast speed, and you can obviously use that to your advantage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just so many units drawn, and then the darkness generators just not showing up there, getting one half of the win con, but not the other. If we had gotten a higher concentration of these Dark Bulb Acolytes, for example, Vhagar would have leveled up that much faster, because as you said, getting darkness up to 10 damage, you know, beyond like 4 or 5 is unnecessary for controlling the board the way you want it to. Now it's just become this...
The vengeance is big here. There's no longer any denies. The big important, the block there from Ari last turn was to make sure the darkness doesn't kill in one hit on this turn. But this vengeance is massive at stopping the damage that was intended to be lethal from Game Breaker.
We've got 1 Twin Disciplines to push through a little bit. We've also got Pack Your Bags available in the hand with that second Go Hard draw.
That's going to be exact lethal with 4 damage coming through from the... Actually, yeah, more than that. With only 3 damage now Nexus. The damage comes in from the darkness, going to be 11. The block last turn from Ari being the clutch decision that Game Breaker had to take to make sure he survived this darkness on this turn. And now, slowly but surely, Badge Attack will be staring down as his board and his health total disappears once his bags are packed.
Game 1 is packed up and shipped. A win condition that we have not seen in a very long time. Evelyn strutting her stuff on the stage. And very close game. Very close game. Badge Attack getting a pretty awkward draw. That's honestly one of the things I like about Darkness, is that you have to make a win condition out of whatever motley group of cards you happen to draw that game. And Ishtali's Sentinel, a Senna, would have completely changed, I think, the outcome of that game. And the amount of cycling of Synen and the Shadow Assassins from Game Breaker getting those denies and those notifies were just so clutch at holding back that damage.
And the Darkness deck being outvalued, running out of resources at that stage of the game where you had all these plays to be made, but you couldn't find a way to generate 2 Darknesses on the last turn. That would obviously seal the deal. So overall, was very close, but just not quite there getting that win. Game Breaker now has to move on to a second deck, which is going to be Xerath Zillion. And Badge Attack continues his attempt at getting the win with Darkness.
Very similar situation, though, from the last game, where this is potentially a matchup where Vhagar just sits there and cannot be removed. Game Breaker needs to do some jump through some hoops, needs to get rid of the Arcane. Badge Attack's version does have 1 copy of Stress Defense and 1 copy of Mist's Call, and this could be the perfect opportunity to showcase those.
Choices here a little bit odd, but Poison Dart will be the choice here. Going to get that, just the 1 damage ping with the extra damage added on later. Now we're going to see the full landmark setup here. Obviously, you want to get these landmarks destroyed before Xerath comes online. So we see, the 1-1 be played out here. But now Xerath coming in next turn with the Preservarium on kind of its auto timer to explode as well. Definitely a good position to be in if you're Game Breaker.
And you really want to get rid of this final Roiling Sand if you can, so that the Vhagar isn't vulnerable. But you might just need to give it up here.
You can start setting up the Evolve Feast plus possible Future Darkness with Poison Dart to kill a Xerath as well.
Then Hapless will take the shot from Xerath when the Preservarium pops. Okay, I like this. And having second Vhagar here is nice too, because if there is a development into Rite of the Arcane, you do have, again, that second Vhagar to just develop.
And the Hapless doing a perfect job of just tanking the hits from Xerath. So very helpful there with the Spiderlings and different spiders. Be able to tank a lot of these hits. And now there's no more landmarks currently on the board. 6 mana to work with for Game Breaker on the attack.
We can see, again, the one of Ruination in this build was something that really came through to help with like dragons and things like that. But Group Shot and Ruination working in tandem to maybe clear a late game Arsenal turn, or Group Shot and Vengeance is also going to be very important here. Darkness stacking up, clearing the Xerath. This Rite of Negation needs to be saved for an Ishtali Sentinel turn, right? Clearing both of the Darknesses is going to be so much value in the late game. So at this stage, the Xerath going down isn't really that big of a detriment.
You can't replay the second one just yet. Gonna maybe be forced to play out a Zillion here. Time bombs can be helpful at kind of clearing out the very weak units, so that the damage from the Xerath kills off kind of a medium target that is a little bit more helpful.
And Badge Attack might not want to go out of his way to answer the Zillion. If you get that level up on the Zillion, having that extra value of doubling up on your cards like that could, again, put Gamebreaker in a position where he's able to starve Badge Attack of resources to just grind him down, ironically.
That being said, it currently has a whole lot of them, has almost a full hand, has the Extolly Sentinel, has a Ruination as well.
And I love the patient play here, with Vhagar in play being very safe. You can just kick back now. You can you once you get to higher reaches of mana, it doesn't matter that you didn't get your Robe Maker, right? When you're paying 3 mana to deal 2 or 3 mana to deal 3, it feels bad. But when you're paying 3 mana to deal 6 or 7, that's where it really matters. As this darkness stacks up, you know, playing the Arsenal is also going to become worse and worse of a play, because Group Shot Darkness would clean it up.
Yeah. Big thing would be the Arsenal having Spell Shield, and depending on, you know, other keywords like Overwhelm, for example. But even that, you have Lifesteal from Extollies, you're going to be kind of healthier, have a chance to get healthier if you are Badge Attacks throughout the rest of this, you know, this game. Overall, I mean, we're going to see the box coming down here can target the Xerath with the Poison Dart combination. You might go for a Rite of Negation here because you are denying 2 spells. I think why you have to take it slower.
You don't want to put 2 things on the stack, right? Versus Shurima.
But I guess this is the time he will learn that lesson. And yeah, Hourglass even is going to do the same thing. Just stop both spells from coming in here.
And so now we can see, again, Gamebreaker running 2 copies of Hourglass, a card that can seem very bricky in certain situations. It's kind of the same reason you run Mist Call in Darkness. Your opponent is trying to save their removal and their cards for your what they perceive to be your key threat, your big champion, and you just sidestep that completely for so cheap, and then Xerath is going to hatch and then deal 1 damage to something.
Some awkward picks there from Badge Attack. Has to play out the Unto Dust. They can cycle itself, of course, but it does cost 2 mana, so really not ideal. Not really that much more Nightfall synergy in the deck for Badge Attack. And we'll see how this game progresses. Still kind of a stalemate on both sides of the board. Not really much of anything happening. Of course, there is passive value being generated in both the Arsenal, you know, slowly getting more keywords as Landmarks are played, Xerath and his level up, and also Vhagar continuing to stick on the board and growing the Darknesses.
With Xerath leveling up, all of these chump blockers that are being developed are just going to fall, right? They're leaping in front of Vhagar, trying to absorb these pings and keep their master alive. But there's only a 2/2 standing between him and horrifying magical lightning destruction. And Gamebreaker now is like, okay, I really want to play my Arsenal because it's round 8. But yeah, Rite of Negation scoops this up quite nicely.
It does a great job of
the Vhagar
stopping
level up.
The double cast, yeah. Very, very useful, actually.
Very rough matchup. We do have Event Horizon to maybe stop the Arsenal. I think ideally what we'd like to see is when Arsenal's developed, we do have like try to go for Group Shot Ruination. There's just not enough mana for it.
And finally, the kill comes in onto the Vhagar. You don't have mana for Stress Defense. You can't really do anything about it there. It's a perfect Poké Stick, able to kill off the Vhagar. Finally, still a lot of value was gained in these last few turns.
So we'll see if Gamebreaker just wants to go for this open attack. Ishtali Sentinel, you've got to get it out of the way. This is one of those matchups you can see both sides are very healthy, and it's going to come down to the point where one side is just gets so massively behind, there's no way for them to realistically come back onto the board or establish their win condition. And so Gamebreaker doesn't really need to push any damage this round. You can pass and Badge Attack, which is end the round.
I think the Unraveled Earth is the correct play here. I think playing the Arsenal is a bit too much considering how stacked your board currently is. I think more trades have to go, to even it out a little bit more and then make the Ruination not so one-sided if it is committed to, because you don't no longer have the right negation in hand.
So we do have a good block here. 5-4 does eat the 4-5. Stress Defense could even that out a little bit if you're looking to just keep these in play to keep yourselves alive almost permanently. And now we do have the Darkness being doubled. This could be enough to level the Vhagar if I'm not mistaken.
The Minefield coming down, stopping another block. And there's once again the Xerath being targeted, and this time no red negation. Nothing can be done to stop damage from coming through. That being said, it's a big swing here with the chance for maybe a Quicksand on the one unstunned Ixtali.
Yeah, just preserving a unit. Oh, nope, lets it go through. Just pushes the damage. Again, knows that this isn't really going to come into board control at this point, especially with Xerath being killed. It's going to be like an Arsenal sort of thing. Spell Shield, Overwhelm, Scout, Elusive, end the game. Needs to happen here. You're still feeling pretty safe. Vhagar comes down, generates the Darkness, but it's only up to 6 or 7. Badge Attack playing it slow, absorbing the Roiling Sands with the Catalyzer. Rite of Negation, excellent top deck.
Gonna have now an answer to Ruination and still has the 8 mana to play out the Arsenal this turn. With this priority pass, I think Badge Attack is gonna be obviously inclined to not play Ruination this turn, to just commit to the board, and then that would be kind of the green light for
another priority pass would be Unto Dusk.
And the round end there. So now giving a chance for the attack token Arsenal to come down with the mana for the red negation backup. Depending on what keywords are found here, it looks like it's going to be a whole lot of them, but no spell shield. So this might tempt the Ruination to come in, and that would be perfect for red negation.
We do have this. We do have the Stress Defense though. But if you force the Rite of Negation, you're that second right, so now your Darknesses are cleared for takeoff.
And there's a right coming through. All mana pretty much expended here for Gamebreaker on this turn. With a Scout now. But yeah, Stress Defense is huge.
Oh, it's elusive. I didn't even see. It's because it's prismatic.
It has impact as well, so it's going to be 4 damage coming through from just the Arsenal this turn. You've done a good job of stalling.
Bonus damage.
But you still have to deal with it the next turn as well. And there could be a second Arsenal even coming down. And you have the Quicksand to stop the healing from the Ixtali.
So now we got Vhagar coming through. The Darkness just isn't big enough yet. This is 2 games in a row. 2 long games in a row where we haven't seen a single Senna as well. And that's one of those cards that once the Darkness is stacked up, once it's potentially been discounted by Roadmaker.
It's at 7 now. So it is enough to take down one of the Arsenals that doesn't have Spell Shield.
Yeah, and Badge Attack has to be, very specific about the play here to focus on controlling the board, not trying to go for, a Nexus kill. Because you can send the Darkness to the face and then force Gamebreaker into an open attack, but if there's a development of an Arsenal, it's definitely bad news. Second one comes down. What's the roll? Lifesteal, Spell Shield. No Overwhelm.
And no Scout, it looks like, as well.
No Scout. There is Elusive on there. There's only 1 Stress Defense in Badge Attack's list. There is 1 Mini-Morph as well. Mini-Morph off the top with this Group Shot would be very important. I think you Group Shot now. It's tough because if you Group Shot to pop the Spell Shield now, Gamebreaker can play another landmark to potentially give Spell Shield back to the Arsenal.
And there's the attack onto the Vhagar coming through right away, trying to kill off the Vhagar, not let the Darkness grow anymore, to the point where it can eventually just maybe be lethal directly on the Nexus.
So we do have Group Shot to pop the Spell Shield. There's the Darkness in hand. Try to clear this Arsenal. That's 2 Arsenals down. And by taking those big game-ending threats away from Gamebreaker and forcing him to rely on just Xerath, generally controlling the board, maybe setting up another Rock Bear play, does buy Badge Attack a lot of time, to be honest.
There's damage from Time Bomb coming through. Chance for the Xerath to benefit from these landmarks as well.
Is this the same Zilean from like way back when? That's the first Time Bomb we're finally seeing.
I believe so. Rockhopper comes down as well with the Rolling Sands, the extra landmark synergy for the Xerath. So now it kind of disincentivizes any unit plays from Badge Attack from coming in next turn. They will have a price to pay. They do come down, and there's a Time Bomb killing off the Catalyzer in 2 hits.
And so Xerath translating to tons of board control. Zilean potentially leveling up. If this comes down to a top deck war, the Zilean level is going to put things massively in Gamebreaker's favor. Another darkness being generated. There is Chrono Shift up to protect this Xerath from the darkness.
It will expend a lot of mana here, but still have the option for both the Quicksand and the Chemist this turn, but not both.
So what Chrono Shift will do is Xerath will, instead of dying, get +3/+3. So now he's a 7/8. And I think Darkness can still cover that. We just got to get one more generator.
Is found, and currently that's not really the case here. So Badge Attack sweating a little bit, finds the Robe Maker. The Chemist is played out here. You have it as a naturalist for the full tempo swing here, plus the damage from the Xerath and the Quicksand to stop the heals from the Ixtali.
Yeah, this is exactly what you wanted to see. Desert Naturalist, getting the ping, getting the wide board.
Badge Attack knows that this is kind of the dream scenario for this current turn for Gamebreaker.
Has the Withering Wail at the very least.
Will only kill off the Chemist though, so it doesn't really do that much in terms of controlling the board, but at least gives you that 3 extra heal on your Nexus.
And one thing I do want to point out, Panda, is that hidden pathways used to be in this deck because you would often, in control metagames, end up in scenarios like this, where you need to draw very specific cards, you need to get your champions in order to convert to a win, and it slowly rotated out of the deck where you were able to just naturally win through mid-game dominance into like Ishtali's Sentinel. And now, in this hour of desperate need where you really do want the extra card draw from hidden pathways, that card has been nerfed. So it's hard to justify running it even as a one-of these days.
The Hourglass comes through, saving the Xerath here.
Badge Attack is shaking his head. He's actually afraid of these top decks.
He knows that all the cards that have been really shutting down his game plan have all been top decks for the last 3 or 4 turns. But I think his draws have also, been equally as great with Ixtali coming in there. Darkness generation plus also more life
Third
steal.
Arsenal. Okay. Whew.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Scarzig.
I know. Where's Senna? No Akshan in the other set we saw. And literally 2 Darkness games we've seen on stream with no Senna this deep into the late game.
This attack will try and pull through a group shot or just a Withering Wail to kill off the Xerath here. Both can be played out to kill off the Xerath now anyway. But unless you need the heal, I think maybe you wait to play it out. There's currently no landmarks that are going to be popped here, so there's no rush really. You're going to be able to.
Yeah, now you see the Quicksand. You know that your 3-1 is going to connect. Just let this all go through and maybe try to clean it up next round. You're worried. You're like, what if that next card's a Chrono Shift?
I think he's happy that it's going to be a Chemist because Chemist obviously very low impact.
That is that you can just see the look on his face. He doesn't even know what to expect anymore. Gamebreaker actually channeling Yami Yugi right now.
It's only a Chemist. Badge Attack. Do not worry. Do not fret. Your worries are over for now, but we'll see what the topics are for this turn.
Veigar
for Badge Attack and the Minefield for Gamebreaker. So finally the tides have turned in favor of Badge Attack, and maybe you'll be able to, well, actually, yeah, probably definitely. I'm not sure what this damage is at, but that might be lethal. Not quite. Like, not quite.
Normally, a hero will wait until your most desperate hour to show up. But
the mushroom coming through, the Senna now being found as well. The Time Bomb, not it for Gamebreaker. Finds extra draw. It's going to be a Preservarium. But the Darkness is aimed at the Nexus, and lethal is through. Badge Attack wins game 2, ties the series, and we'll have a game 3 for this winner's final.
Just a knockdown down, drag out, fight to the finish. All of those Xeraths controlling the board, all the chump blockers trying to protect Vhagar. So many Roiling Sands to play around and use all of your small units to activate. But Senna showing up late to the party.
Listen, she just wants to get the winning glory. She shows up at the very last turn, comes down on the board and gets the win.
And so with Senna showing up there, we maybe get a little bit of a blessing going into the next game. Badge Attack really cashing in all the bad luck, right? All the no champ draws, just getting them out of the way. Maybe we can get Akshan here.
I might have jinxed it. I did jokingly say that, you know, good players draw their Akshan for turn 2. Currently doesn't look to be the case, but hopefully on the next top deck, Badge Attack, we believe in you. You're a great player. We all know it, but just show us by drawing the exact card you need on turn 2.
He's going to
Not
step
like
on a
that,
sand. Though. Yeah, Akshan knew that there was going to be Rock Hopper on 2. He's got to wait.
He could sense the trap.
He's too stylish. Everyone else has to come through and sweep up these dirty sandy floors.
This will be the budget Akshan coming down. The Vagabond instead, I guess budget is the accurate term there. Coming down and bringing down the landmark as well in the process, but landmarks are also the name of the game for Gamebreaker. He has 2 already on the board, but no Xerath to capitalize on them.
Keeping the Vagabond up. Has tons of mana floated, can maybe threaten Sharp Sight. When this is vulnerable like this, it's almost not worth it. Desert Naturalist is a magnificent tempo play here if you want to go for it, but Gamebreaker's still playing it slow, getting tons of sand in play, forcing Badge Attack to develop inefficiently, right, to protect his key units from being granted vulnerable.
Another Vagabond coming down, counting down the landmark for 2 more counters, and at this point didn't really have a better play for that turn. Now Sivir can come down with the attack token. Akshan making it to hand a little bit late, but still, you know, better late than never in this case as well. And Sivir coming down, not quite on curve, but on curve where she has the attack token on turn 5. And next turn we can see things like Akshan coming down.
And for Gamebreaker's deck, even though we are, of course, in Bandle City, just runs Pokestick, there's really not room in the deck for Group Shot like we've seen in other recent builds. So not an easy way to pop the Spell Shield, but the stun is nice.
Gonna have to need an open attack next turn from Gamebreaker, or else the chance for Waking Sands to directly counter the 5/4 Rock Bear is gonna be there for Badge Attack, and really it will disincentivize any attack if it's not an open attack.
We have Desert Naturalist to stun, but that's of course going to go back onto the Sivir, so the 5/2 is able to once again present a defense.
Yeah, it's really just not that appealing, to be honest. Unraveled Earth comes down instead.
Yeah, so by going for Unraveled Earth first, you're able to, pull the Waking Sands with your 3/1, for example, and then have your Rock Bear still be a pretty sizable threat.
And immediately once that Waking Sands is played, there's nothing else to do for Gamebreaker. There's no incentive to attack or to continue developing on this turn. And this is where it gets tricky now. The Waking Sands being forced to be useful by utilizing the single combat and making use of its 5 attack.
The defensive implications of ephemeral units is always so interesting to see at play. Like with Waking Sands, you're like, oh, a 5/2 is so strong, but it's usually just best on defense. It's a 2 mana, almost AoE stun. And Gamebreaker is very easily able to set up a position where you're just like, okay, well, I don't need to attack this turn, right? So many landmarks have already been detonated as well. Arsenal potentially coming down next round.
There's a Xerath now finally found. Just a little bit too late, though. So many landmarks have already come and gone, and kind of you lost the value there. We get the vulnerable now on the Xerath. Waking Sands can be the card to target it, or it might just be the Sivir with quick attack.
Yeah, Sivir with quick attack. That way we're playing around Quicksand on your other units. She still has her Spell Shield. And the treasure. Predict and draw. Aegis!
That is a scary one.
Gonna hold back the 4/2 as well.
And this plays into Aegis, where now the 3/1 has to trade here, and then you don't have the 2/4 can't really trade or can't block at all into the Merciless Hunter.
I was really wondering if we were going to see a single combat there to try to clear the Xerath. But there's still so much mana open for item negation, for quicksand. Also denying some of the damage for Sivir to slow down her level up a little bit.
Yeah, the red negation is the big card to play around here. You have to be careful at all times. And I think Game Breaker is going to be smart enough to know that he's going to have to keep up that mana open to at least threaten it at every point in time and not allow for that interactivity that Badgetech wants to go for with single combat. Yeah, he knows it's looking pretty grim here. Has to try and trade off the Sivir into the Xerath.
Yeah, because she's going to take the damage from the landmark detonation anyway. Vikur and Bruiser are going to show up on the scene to take over. Vikur and Vagabond is the what you call it, the ghetto Akshan. And so now Vikur and Bruiser's the ghetto Sivir. Trying to get that keyword sharing in a very roundabout way.
And there is the Arsenal coming down. Very scary at this point because Badgetech has expended most of his mana, most of his plays. You have now the barrier to dissuade the attack a little bit, but you still have the quick attack. You still have a challenge with lifesteal. You just don't block next turn if there's an attack from the Bruiser, and then just attack Scout once again. Yeah, exactly. The Scout especially makes it so scary here.
What do we get? Tough? What? +1/+1? Still doesn't matter.
Yeah, none of these options are really relevant at all. Not even the +1/+1 because there is an overwhelm.
Yeah, you're just getting, you're just gonna put Fearsome on it, force the just get the damage through. You get a tick on the Horde.
And regeneration as well means that all this health that was lost is now once again regained by the Arsenal, and he's still, incredibly hard to deal with now with the spell shield still up. Action coming down the board here for Badgetech. Screeching Dragon, but none of these can really answer the size of this Arsenal right now.
Yeah, your best bet in a situation like this is to have something like a Fleet Feather Tracker, drag it down to the bottom of combat, and kill in other ways. That Xerath showing up on the scene, even though he showed up late with the Hourglass.
The Naturalist coming in, and the immediate surrender from Badgetech. Game 3 goes to Game Breaker once again. He did it last week. He's on his way to doing it this week as well. And Badgetech will once again be forced to fight his way through the losers bracket final to try and make it back for the traditional and historic bracket reset attempt.
But before we get to that, we do have the tail end of Delton versus Broken Ball. And this is going to be a very strong match as well. Broken Ball was one of the original proponents of the Zillion Xerath archetype. And now that it's starting to catch on, has very stable matchups across the board in the metagame right now, plus some very cheeky counters like we saw there with Desert Naturalist being one of the few landmark removals in the metagame. I'm really excited to see how Broken Ball navigates this list.
And both Broken Ball and Dilton players we have not seen yet today. They're players that, right away we're going right into Xerath. Is a wonderful animation there. Levels up. We see 2 Arsenals in hand, but not quite the mana for it just yet. Dilton is on Ari Cannon with Shadows as well, so is running the Go Hard variant. And the HP total is exactly the same. Unlucky number 13.
So, a lot of cards in hand. A lot of mana to work with. An attack token. Ari doesn't seem to be close to leveling either. We've seen certain scenarios, from Sir Donald where you just keep cycling the sign-in over and over again, keep drawing cards. We don't know how many copies of Rite of Negation Broken Ball's already employed, potentially trying to stop Pack Your Bags from finishing the game or putting the board in an insurmountable state by just wiping it out.
Is it just me, or does Dilton's hand look like, you put your glasses on, you're seeing it all crisp, but the rest of the board looks like your glasses are missing? Seems to be the case. Hopefully that can be resolved with this perspective swap. I think Dilton is the one wearing glasses. Broken Ball's unfortunately not. He's doing his best to navigate this game while his glasses are currently missing.
Blurry Arsenal, it's like the Pikachu meme.
Like, wait a minute, what keywords does he have again? Is that elusive or Sharpsight?
Let me get my glasses. What life steal? Stealing is bad, young man.
Listen, my vision has gone downhill the last 2 years, but it hasn't gone this downhill. This is not on me. I know you're wearing your glasses, so you know it's definitely not on you, but I'm not wearing mine right now.
We're just swapping perspectives back and forth. But we got right of the Arcane coming through to answer this scattered pod. The bonus damage from Xerath makes right of the Arcane hit like much tankier targets than you'd expect it to. We have Homecoming to maybe save this pod. Try to replay it. But yeah,
Discipline's also the possibility with the health here. It is still going to be a one hit for the next Landmark synergy with Xerath.
Ooh, man.
And there's still mana for the Arsenal, so that is scary. But the big thing here is, of course, going to be
the Hourglass. I've been doubting this card, but it's been so clutch in all of these games.
Is it worth it, though? You don't have Landmark. I think it's not. I mean, you're taking the trade here. It's 1-for-1 trade. You play the Arsenal uncontested. If you play the Hourglass, you don't have mana for it. You burn 3 mana, and you don't have a Landmark synergy for the next turn anyway. So I think this is going to be the better play here. Spell Shield being taken off very easily, though, with Mark of the Storm.
Then you just played the second Arsenal. I know, it's true. It's just so good. We're getting a glimpse here as well. You can see the Arsenal only has 5 keywords. So Broken Ball over the course of the game has obviously just drawn tons and tons of units and has been just fighting for board by just punching in, threatening lots of trades. And so Spell Shield was a good high roll for the Arsenal, but no Elusive, no Scout means that it's not going to potentially end the game this round. Second Arsenal comes through. What's the roll?
Spell Shield once again.
Scout.
You have the Scout. You have
no Overwhelm though. Very easy to ghost block.
You have Fearsome though, and Fearsome is a hard keyword to deal with this Ari kind of deck. Looking at the options now to try and stop this attack altogether. You have the Homecoming, and you have the Gust of Palm, but you don't have a way to pop a Spell Shield on the second Arsenal first. And there's already also, aside from the Arsenal, there's a pretty scary board there with a 3-3, a 5-3, and a 2-2 as well.
Yeah, so it's going to be Twin Disciplines on the Kennen. You take the 8 damage, then you Twin Disciplines the Kennen to block the Fearsome on the Arsenal the second time, and Homecoming the second Arsenal. Oh, doesn't go for the Scout attack.
See if he's going to commit the full attack right away or wants to commit first, get the maximum value from the Scout. It's going to depend on how likely he thinks it is for there to be an answer to both Arsenals and how many, Spell Shield activators or deactivators there are.
I think that if you're in Broken Ball's position, you saw like Kennen into God Willow Seedling, that there's probably just a ton of reactivity, and you probably could get away by just scouting here, especially with the Fearsome, right?
You don't have the mana for both the Gust of Palm and the Homecoming here. Things are very tricky with his HP total for Dalton here. I'm not sure what he can do to stop all this damage.
Yeah, so you have to twin, right? Because you have to twin the Kennen so it can block the first Arsenal, because it doesn't have Overwhelm, so you can ghost block that with twin and then Homecoming. Then you take 10.
Still looking pretty grim for the next few turns. I mean, your opponent's still at 13 HP. You don't really have a clear win condition yourself.
Yeah, so this is just a play to get a 3-2 in play and stun the Arsenal rather than bouncing it and then letting Broken Ball just replay it and get an even nastier roll of keywords.
That's all the mana expended this turn, though. You can play Kennen again. You have 2 marks here. You can kill off one of the 2/2s. But I guess Sign-In can get you a little bit into the game, but still 13 HP on the Nexus for Broken Ball and still 2 Arsenals alive. They've been stalled out, but they have not been dealt with. And one still with Spell Shield as well.
This is definitely the sort of position where what do you maybe do? You take the Spell Shield off the other Sentinel, the other Arsenal, and you're trying to pack your bags to narrow this board down just a little bit.
I think thinking about long term, you do want to deal with this 5-3 instead of the 2-2, because the 2-2 can be blocked, or you need to have the Fearsome for the 5-1, which is the 5-3, which is not going to happen. So I think it's fine to try and go and fish for a go hard in the process and maybe deal with it that way. So, Ari coming down does have a level up here.
Yeah, it is important to note that both of these arsenals do not have elusive. So we get the Kennen level up. We have Dancing Droplet in hand, which is another elusive threat. Just trying to draw more cards on Broken Ball's side.
Doesn't really have anything that can interact with you know, with anything
Still
that's
no
gonna happen here from
elusive.
Dalton.
So we do get some damage forced through with the Ari, but it's just not going to be enough without the Twin Disciplines, right? If there was somehow a way to save that from the previous round, we'd be at 12? 12 damage being threatened?
Dalton considering all his options here, knowing that the next turn is pretty scary, although he does have that homecoming for defense.
Yeah, so attacking with everything. This recalls the Tail of the Dragon, so you get Concussive Palm back. You recall the Kennen, try to get the Marks of the Storm, dealing more damage, keeping the board narrow, and you're still getting your damage onto the Nexus. Because of the discount from Ari, it's also very easy to redevelop after this.
Picking and choosing what the best way to block here is. I think, yeah, you definitely want to get this landmark synergy with the sarcophagus down. I think it's key, especially with a fearsome tag on it.
Very important to note, because the way Ari attacks and then swaps, the lifesteal is also negated here.
Considering the twin possibilities, doesn't want to put the 8-6 in harm, because Ari with a twin, once you know it shifts positions, could kill it. So I think wants to keep it out of danger at this point.
Yeah, it's important to note that we did jump into this game in progress. I really would have liked to see how the early mid really played out. Like, I don't know how many Kinko Wayfinders there's been. Ari finally being leveled is a huge boon. The trouble is finding a way to stop these next few, this next arsenal swing. Essentially, one has Overwhelm, the other one has Fearsome and Scout. So you might need to sacrifice the Ari on defense. Concussive Palm, Homecoming, all great options. Mark of the Storm probably just to pop the lifesteal at this point. The Spell Shield, pardon me.
Desert Naturalist can come down, can't come down. Not ideally. It would miss some value. Hourglass could, yeah, but you have 2 marks, so it doesn't really matter to play Hourglass at that point to preserve the spell shield.
If you Hourglass the Arsenal, it rolls even more keywords when it rehatches.
Yeah.
If you want to try to go for a live like that, or what happens is you let the statue, the golden statue, be created, and then you homecoming the statue, and then it's just empty, and it's a full kill.
Now we're going to see Dalton playing his own solitaire game plan here with the full hand, thanks to the Ari recalls his turn, and being able to try and find the best way to navigate the next 2 or 3 turns until this game's over. We Desert Naturalist coming down, finally taking down the sarcophagus, bringing out the rock bear,
but you just want one more keyword. You're trying to get elusive on the arsenal here, I think, or spell shield even. Still not quite there.
Dalton just continues to play his solitaire and has so many cards they can still play on this turn with 4 mana only. Gonna play out both of the Mark of the Storms. Opens up the slot for the Rockhopper to come in without his landmark, though.
And for Broken Ball, this is just all about stats and the arsenal. There's no more landmark synergy to speak of. And Dalton just continues cycling, drawing cards. We don't even know how many Gohards have been played yet.
With this final recall coming through and under 4 mana now for there not being any homecoming, is there a chance that now Broken Ball is considering the Hourglass play on one of the arsenals? That is the reason for the pause here.
Yeah, you get a bit of a heal on this Scout arsenal, because we saw in the last attack, Broken Ball doesn't really care about Scout as a keyword and wants to get like Elusive and Overwhelm. Overwhelm is the key, because you can't just put a unit in front and then recall it to get that free block. You want the Overwhelm to punch through.
And the key was dipping under that 4 mana for Dills. And the moment he did, then all of a sudden, you know, the green lights turned on for Broken Ball. He had access to that play. He can go for the Hourglass and not be punished.
And so let's see. There's the big boy. Has
That is a
every
lot.
keyword in the game.
Doesn't matter if Broken Ball has his glasses on or not. I think he's fine to assume
Impact
that
3.
everything is on there.
Impact 3.
3 HP on the Nexus as well, so that thing cannot connect or it's over for Dilton here. Has to go. He has a Homecoming. He has the mana for 3 of these spells here. Can play out both the Palm, the Homecoming, and the Deny. Skip block is there. I think you don't want to hit that button for Dilton just yet. The German player has to try and find a way to stop the impact and really all the damage from coming through.
Yeah,
But
and
the fearsome
then that final Hourglass hatching does create the spell shield onto both of these arsenals, so they cannot be stopped.
And there's Scout on both as well. So that's the thing. It's not just this one attack you can chump block with a cannon. It's going to be everything. So all mana expended at this point.
Yep. So Broken Ball finding the win there after Dalton was really struggling to put something together. He was doing a ton of value cycling, a ton of solitaire gameplay, but the Arsenal's just sitting there waiting for you to get done so that he can attack you.
And that will be Broken Ball advancing to the next round and Dilton being eliminated. A lot of Germans, other than Gamebreaker, have already gone down, it seems like, in this tournament. But Gamebreaker is still, trying his best already in the grand finals, waiting for things to we're seeing it here, Gamebreaker, with that win against Badge Attack earlier on in this round. And then we casted the end of that losers quarters final match between Broken Ball and Dilton, Broken Ball and Ghoster Driver. So still one more German aside from Gamebreaker, able to make it to the top 4. And that will be the match we'll be casting as we come back from this next break. So stay tuned. And in 5 minutes in this case, it is the halfway point in the tournament. We'll be back with the losers bracket semifinal between these two players.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We're about to sort out the lower bracket. These players are fighting for their chance to take on Gamebreaker in the grand finals, and the next match we have slated is going to be Broken Ball versus Ghoster Driver, who we saw at the beginning of the broadcast.
We'll take on Gamebreaker after first defeating Badgetek, so it's no easy path into that grand finals. They still have a lot of work cut out for them, but these two players are definitely of the highest caliber. Broken Ball and Ghoster Driver both have been around the EU scene for many months. I think since the inception of Runeterra, really. I believe Ghost Driver was on the second German Masters Europe team, and Broken Ball has been on the first and third as well. So in a team-based format, they've also done very well for themselves. And overall, definitely names that everyone is familiar with, I think, at this point.
Yeah, it's just been a having Broken Ball just show up and once again just be a force on the scene is always a pleasure to see. He was known for like these sort of mixed grab bag controls, like a lot of Targon builds,
Demacia,
like late game Aurelion Sol type stuff, and now this build that he's been a huge proponent of as well, the Zillion Zareth. Having him back and in good form with the meta favoring his playstyle and his preferred decks a little bit is just, it's very refreshing. And speaking of things that have returned to the competitive scene in a big way, for this week, we've got TLC.
Speaking of things that are not refreshing, it's TLC coming back. The Watcher combo that, some of the players and casters and viewers in this community still have PTSD about at night. It is back in a different form. It's not as oppressively and disgustingly strong as it once was. It now does not obliterate your deck immediately. Instead, it leaves 3 cards behind, similar to a Maokai effect, which I think is obviously how it should have been from the very beginning. But regardless, the rest of the shell around the deck is pretty standard to kind of this very strong Shadow Isles for all your control package. The one maybe big difference is the entreats. Guaranteeing Lysandra is very important for how this deck functions in terms of its win condition. So that just guarantees it a little bit higher that you can get a Lysandra.
Yeah, it has 3 copies of the box, only 1 copy of 3 Sisters as well. This card rose in importance as the mirror match was a little bit more important. You needed to be able to entomb the opponent's Watcher. You needed to be able to Frostbite or entomb their atrocity plays. But now, with TLC just freshly arrived on the scene as a counter to other Freljord Shadow Isles decks or other just control builds in general by just blowing up your opponent's deck, putting a hard time limit on the game, we don't need to account for the mirror match just yet.
At the top end, 1 copy of Atrocity, 1 copy of Ruination as well. The box, of course, very good in this meta. No surprise to see it, as 3 of. But really, the only cards that are maybe seemingly a little bit odd to see in a list like this are all cards that make sense in the synergy package of the Watcher. You have Babbling Björk, for example, to guarantee the Spectral Matron. You have the Fading Memories as well to replay the Pillars, for example. So anyone that remembers how this deck functioned back in the day, all that has pretty much stayed unchanged.
Even a couple copies of Glimpse Beyond now, because the deck is more combo oriented. We don't have multiple win conditions at the top end, and you need to, because you can't just play the Watcher, have it end the game. You have to play the Watcher, still survive a couple turns. It becomes very important to get the Watcher down as quickly as possible, and that's why we're seeing the Glimpse Beyond to draw for those combo pieces. Sidestep Lifesteal, if it's that sort of game where you're relying on Atrocity as a win con. So very good to see. And just, cycling your own units maybe stops things like the Darkness and other control decks that you're trying to counter. So overall, you love to see it. And comparing that to Ghoster Driver's build, you have to remember they're on that Kindred Bandle City deck that does have 1 copy of Aloof Travelers. Could really throw a big monkey wrench into that deck if it does manage to hit the Watcher, if it's not immediately discounted to 0, things of that nature.
I was going to say, for any viewers that are a bit let down that they have to witness, the Watcher once again in action, the counterpoint is the fact that Ghoster Driver is the player with, I think, the spiciest lineup out of all the players today. So he will provide a nice counterpoint in terms of decks that are maybe fun to watch or exciting to watch. Ari Lulu is not necessarily, a super new concept, but together, that pairing of champions maybe is compared to what other players have been playing with Ari Kennen, for example, or, Lulu Jinx or, other Lulu Poppy, for example, as well. But the Kindred Elise with Bandle City is the more different deck. That being said, it does still fall into a similar control role as the Watcher combo deck does. So I'm interested to see how that matchup fares in the end.
Yeah, and again, for Ghoster Driver's build, has 2 copies of Ledros, but no Atrocity. So Ledros is going to cut the Nexus down to size, but we don't have the Atrocity as a finisher, which is just as well, because of the Flash Freeze and 3 Sisters, very unlikely to connect. Vengeance could be a keep for Trundle, depending on what sort of style you want to go for, what sort of mid-range idea. But it looks like a full mulligan. Conchologist for value, maybe looking for Sentinels, try to take advantage of some free early fearsome attacks before we get the Bjerg and the Tavern Keeper coming through.
And just the perfect contrast there on the crispness of the cards. Really is the perfect example of what life without glasses might look like for some people out there. But do not worry, we are going to be going off of Ghost Driver's perspective. The lack of quality is indeed not on your part as a viewer. It is just through Broken Ball's stream and his streaming capabilities for this event today. But we will offset that by having Ghost Driver's perspective for the entirety of the series, with the hand for Broken Ball being a bit blurry, but still you can make out what the cards are.
Yeah, so very solid here. We got a Lease on 2. There is a free opportunity here to deal 2-3 damage, but that just gets offset by Kindly Tavern Keeper, so it's better to just attack here. Broken Ball is going to take the hit, right? Take the damage and then play Tavern Keeper to heal. Does have the box as well to wipe both of these we see in the far side of the hand.
Already a very good start, though, in terms of the presence on the board for Ghost Driver. Couldn't have really hoped for a better one. Maybe having the Burgeoning Sentinel as a 1-drop as well. But having the extra chance at the Spiderling here at the 1-mana spell available is something for Ghost Driver. I think he can't level up at least, though, this turn no matter what.
Yeah, Ghost Driver, ooh, I like this. Sniffs out the box. Says if I attack, Buru gets wiped, my Spiderling gets wiped, I'm only dealing 2 damage. And so Broken Ball is fine with that, right? He's saying, I don't need to use my spell anymore. I'm still basically healing for 5. And even though we said this deck wants to combo off the TLC, it still shows that Broken Ball is very confident in just natural late game dominance and pressure.
And the Watcher's always a deck that can't just, play Feel the Rush and win the game. It has to kind of have these certain steps in terms of Trundle being played, for example, in terms of the Pillar being played. So there is some homework you have to do before the Watcher becomes an actual win condition.
So Kindred coming down to counter the Trundle now. And now we have Glimpse Beyond on the Spiderling, potentially cycle. If you want to be as safe as possible, you go ahead and Glimpse Beyond your Elise, so there's no Vile Feast interaction.
Well, you have your own Vile Feast to counter it, right? If that is the case. So regardless,
there is a second Elise in hand.
Yeah,
so
I like this more. This because this is kind of giving the worst possible assumption that they have an answer to this. If they don't, you get the Slay Off, you kill the Trundle, whatever. If they do, then you Glimpse Beyond, you get the card draw, and you get the Slay Off. So perfectly played by Ghost Driver. Really went through all his outs here.
And Ghost Driver not going for anything silly with the Crawling Sensation, leveling up Elise.
I think that's not the matchup for this. Usually playing a Shadow Isles Freljord, you don't want to flood the board. It's the last thing you want to do. Ruination comes in, as was expected to some degree. And now Glimpse Beyond can be answered. You're going to try and find a better way to refuel here. You have both Conchologist and Elise can come down, as Ghost Driver is highlighting for us. And you still have the mana for it, of course, to have yet another open attack next turn. That with Ledros can make things, start to get a little bit scary for Broken Ball.
When you... Ledros definitely has that reputation of, aha, I'm nice and healthy, and then, oh no, Ledros, I'm not healthy anymore, and then you're under the threat of Atrocity. But ironically, the build of this deck seems to be much more like forward-leaning, where you're playing Kindred, you're developing the board with the Sentinels, you're attacking a lot, and Ledros isn't here to cut you from 20 to 10, it's here to cut you down from 8 to 4, and then like the Doom Beasts come through to finish the job.
You have Moonglow is being picked up here, not a unit. Instead, you're going to try and find some extra counterplay with the ability to put Spell Shield onto a unit.
And then the Telescope as well.
These are not great options.
No,
I have to say, this whole package that came through with Kennen has done a good job of diluting the manifest options in Bandle City.
Quicken, yeah, I mean, all that does is let you recall Lysandra, your opponent gets another Thrall. You can use it to maybe sidestep Glimpse on an Avarosan Sentry, recall your Telescope with the Quicken or your Conchologist and get another dip, look for another card. I think Quicken's probably the best one. Cloud Stance does it for cheaper, I guess. Get a big open swing here if you'd like. No units in hand to develop regardless.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no reason to do anything different here.
It is sad because you want to like pre-Cloud Stance to get that extra 2 points of attack. Probably Cloud Stance on the Conchologist, so because it's resilient to Vile Feast. Because Broken Ball will just take this damage, right? If you pre-Cloud Stance, you force 2 more damage there, and then you get Conchologist back.
The attack does come through now. It's going to be the Tavern Keeper coming in, healing a little bit for Broken Ball, putting him back up to 10 HP, so a bit more manageable. You have now the box from Ghost Driver, can clean up his Tavern Keeper entirely. You don't really have many better plays. I think maybe you consider the pass here. Maybe a Sentry comes down now, or Lysandra, and you can play the box for a little bit more value. Everything else is a little bit awkward, but the box is not so great on just Tavern Keeper where you have to pull a trigger. I think you can play greedy, and now if a second play is made, then you can commit to it.
Yeah, because you've got Chump plus Poison Dart. It's not that big of a deal to miss out on good opportunities for the box. And Ghost Driver's also done a really good job of respecting the box and like developing on these really awkward off turns. Broken Ball is, because you're on Freljord Shadow Isles control, as you get to this stage of the game, your plays become very heavy, very expensive. So you can't really leave the mana open any longer to disrupt your opponent just developing a wider board against you. All of their AoE is to just hold down the opponent from getting a massive advantage in the early mid game.
And the hand is still very awkward for Ghost Driver because your opponent is playing so reactively that with your kind of like medium level of control and reactiveness, you're in this weird spot where a lot of your cards just don't do anything on most turns. You have to have more proactive plays, and it's kind of the Ledros waiting room. You've been waiting for like 2 or 3 turns now to try and finally slam this Ledros down.
And go for the throat. Broken Ball is beginning to stabilize. Second Tavern Keeper. We still have Blighted Ravines in the list to get some more healing.
Considering the Ledros ability, it's not that bad to see Tavern Keeper come down. It's really not healing for that much because of the halving ability of Ledros' skill.
Yeah, so Broken Ball just searching for combo pieces. We need one more 8-drop to get the Watcher. We have to still play out Lysandra as well to even get the Watcher.
And the will does come down here, not to do really all that much. The heal just goes to waste. You're at 20 HP already, but more just to kill off one of those blockers.
Mm-hmm. So here comes Ledros, the King's Shield. It's half rounded down. Goes down to 6.
Yeah, vulnerable on the pillar, but not on the 3-2. So there is going to still be a possible fearsome blocker here. And you have 12 mana to work with if you're Broken Ball. Flash Freeze is available as well. The Spectral Matron coming down with the Ephemeral blocker as well.
The classic style, yeah. Matron summoning another Matron.
I forgot all about this, Scarzig. It's all coming back to me, unfortunately.
Yeah, Matron summons a Matron, so you get your 8 drops for the Watcher. Lysandra comes down, you'll get a tough Nexus. Really helps against potential burn finishers in this deck. It's very chip damage based with the Poison Darts and the Doom Beasts. So if Ghost Driver is smart, he might just Poison Dart the Nexus here just to get that one point of damage through before the Nexus becomes tough. Thinking about floating the mana, trying to maybe keep flexibility around Vengeance. Your plays are pretty straightforward, I think, from this point onward. No need to save the mana, right? We've seen games against Lysandra and the Watcher with that tough Nexus come down to 1 or 2 points of HP missed.
Let's see now what the play is for Broken Ball. Has 12 mana on the attack token turn. Lysandra is going to be leveled up here. We've seen enough 8 drops already played. That being said, it's always the awkward position where you have to level up. You have to play both Lysandra and the 8 drop on one turn. You can't do that, obviously, with 10 unit mana.
Is Spectral Matron like we're trying to dig deep and remember exactly how this deck functions. I think Matron is follower only.
We will find out.
Because otherwise we could have seen. I am seeing in chat here.
Listen, Scarzig,
where there's a play of Matron onto Lysandra, and then it opens up. No, it is ally. It is ally. So you can Matron Lysandra because Matron was the second 8-cost unit. So then you get an ephemeral Lysandra, but you get Watcher in hand, and then you Matron the Watcher this round.
I'll be honest. After the Watcher was initially nerfed, I proceeded to just eliminate all memories, thoughts, and information that I had in my head about how these cards function as a synergy, and just get them out of my head forever. So I would not suffer from any PTSD. So we are a bit lacking on how the combo pieces work exactly. But yeah, it was ally for the Matron itself.
But again, that is important to note that the change to the Watcher and the position of this deck in the new metagame maybe does shift the priorities a bit, where now with Matron and Fading Memories, your idea might be, playing multiple Watchers in the same round, right? And just beating your opponent down, because even if you do attack this round with an Ephemeral Watcher, detonate Ghoster Driver's deck, they still have 3 rounds and 2 Ledros in play to finish you off with. And even with the tough Nexus, it is still pretty spooky here. It is great to set up, I think, because then the Spiderling can go unblocked, the Conchologist, and the Loping Telescope are also only dealing 1 damage apiece. If you're at 1 HP, Ledros will kill you, because half of 1 is less than 1. And that's just how it goes, I guess. That was one thing I kind of always thought was a bit silly, where like Ledros wasn't ever able to actually kill you, like a false swipe kind of mechanic.
You play Poison Dart here on Nexus, and Broken Ball draws 2 mushrooms next turn.
Oh, obviously. And again, you get that 1 damage before the Nexus is tough.
Ghoster Driver is not a believer. He's not. Maybe I see what he's doing. He's killing the sentry so that he draws 1 mushroom now and then 2 next turn with the flash shirt. That's how it works, right?
No, it'll die first before the mushrooms go in.
Ghoster Driver not a believer in the heart of the cards. A great player would have just hit Nexus and know that right now if the next draw is 2 mushrooms, Scarzig. Well, I was joking obviously, but if it would have been. I would have been the Illuminati of the Runeterra community.
Sometimes you just know. Sometimes you feel it that there's going to be a mushroom.
That's a playstyle that usually doesn't lead to many consistent results, but it is a fun one to adopt.
I know. I put 100 mushrooms in my opponent's deck, and then they drew 1 and lived and killed me. And so I haven't played Teemo Caitlyn since.
The full swing comes in here. Vilefleet is going to be able to drain, heal back up to 4, and eliminate the spider from doing any damage. And now 4 HP on the Nexus for Broken Ball. Continuing to amass all of his combo pieces now with a pillar, of course, available. And all the Fading Memories, it means that he obviously is going to meet the criteria for any amount of 8 drops.
And Ledros, very importantly, staying alive and on board. There's going to be no recycling of this unit for the direct damage. No Doom Beast in sight either. And now it is too late with Lysandra potentially hitting the board, giving the Nexus tough.
Telescope into Atrocity. Are you
no.
a believer? Are you a believer, Scarzig?
I don't want to live in that world.
Not quite, but it's a reality that we could have seen here.
Oh, man. Instead, we remember this interaction, Panda? This is so nostalgic. Equinox and the Watcher, and it doesn't matter because they just Fading Memories and get another one.
I don't know if nostalgic is the right word, but yes, I remember.
Targon versus TLC, and there was nothing they could do to stop it.
Aloof is pretty massive at taking down the Spectral Matron here and making it so that maybe Vengeance, but you have the second Fading Memories as well. Oh, second Aloof though.
Oh, draws the mushroom!
And the mushroom.
So Ghoster Driver's deck only has 1 copy of Aloof in it. That other copy was generated from the from the telescope.
Second aloof is not expected here. Obviously, the Watcher gets discounted to 0.
Aloof does snipe that atrocity, though. Means that you can chump block this down. Still looking for something.
Ooh, some damage, but the tough on the Nexus means those mushrooms are not going to connect to get the lethal.
They have to both be on the same card. All of them have to be on the same card and hit real hard.
Ghost Driver's looking at his cart at his hand and saying, "Why do I have a Cloud Stance and an Electric Harpoon at this stage of the game?"
I think the Cloud Stance, it should have been cycled earlier. Because it bounces the target back to your hand. You could have gotten another rep of the Telescope or the Conchologist.
I mean, once you get the HP this low with the Ledros I don't see what the actual... There's no pack your bags or go hard synergy to end the game. It seems very difficult to have a consistent way to... Against a deck like this one especially, we talked about how awkward it is to be a little bit less controlling than your opponent, because then it just causes this weird situation where you have to be proactive, but you don't have the tools to, and a lot of your cards in hand are kind of useless.
So Watcher open attacking, detonating the Nexus.
The Watcher's new effect, it obliterates most of the deck and also makes the board blurry.
it's
with
an
the ice,
eldritch
it makes sense.
Being that we
it's
cannot
like the
perceive.
Listen, we've had some blizzards in Warsaw, and this is what it looks like when you're walking outside. Everything gets real blurry. You can't see anything too sharp. You know, there's snow everywhere in your eyes, all over your face. This is really the thematics here. Again, the flavor and the lore is on point here from the Runeterra dev team. And the Watcher does finally attack.
And let's see. So now there is 3 cards left for Ghoster Driver. We have a Vengeance here, trying to take out this Lysandra. Get tough off of the Nexus for direct damage to come through. Now with very few top decks to rely on, the Doom Beasts most likely aren't what you want to see here.
And the second Lysandra comes in, so once again the tough is applied, and this makes that last little bit of damage needed pretty impossible to acquire here for Ghoster Driver.
I think so. Here's what you do, Panda. You Moonglow your Telescope to try to bait out a Vile Feast or something, right? Ledros.
I don't think that's how that works. This is not gold tier ladder. I don't think that would be.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, you got a Cloud Stance to, like, get your Telescope back in your hand so you can replay it and try to find a lethal.
Try and find Atrocity and pretend there isn't a Vengeance in hand from your opponent.
This is exactly the situation that Broken Ball wants to be in. Even though the Nexus HP is low, the tough protects you from a lot of Bandle City's chip damage, and you just chump block everything else that you care about. So with the tough Nexus, Broken Ball is effectively at 4 HP, so Ledros will set Broken Ball down to 2. If I'm not mistaken.
Blade of Ledros comes now online, down to 2, still with tough. Electric Harpoon would be lethal, but that is not accounting for the toughness and the 2 Vile Feasts that are currently in hand here for Broken Ball.
Yeah, so just enough effective HP to just survive from here, and Ghoster Driver has to just make do with what's in hand. Just a lot of small, shrimpy units. The Ledros is such an expensive play.
Still so many options here to just damage anything that comes on the board. You can kill off, obviously, with 2 Vile Feasts. You have the Ice Shard as well.
Yep. Just Ice Shard. Taking advantage of Lysandra's long-term value, wiping the board, setting up for this open attack.
And you have to try and have blockers next turn, because there's going to be an 11 attack Watcher hitting your Nexus, and all this would be lethal. You don't really have anything to answer in hand. Only the Vile Feast would not really do that much. And you can only really play, the Sentinel here to guarantee the block. But even then, you're going to have the Vulnerable with, this is
The last card's a Doom Beast. But yeah, just
This
not
is
enough.
surviving on 1 HP. The Ice Shard will do it, though. You have to Vile Feast in response. You can skip this block here. It's not going to change too much. This is the hardest I've ever seen someone try to take down like 3 Nexus HP.
Yeah, I know.
He is like 7 turns, like just
you can play
the most big brain plays.
You play Ledros and it deals 1.
Broken Ball, no matter what happens, he's really making Ghost Driver
So
work
I've
for this
actually
win.
never seen this interaction, Panda, because Ledros will kill you if you're at 1 HP. But if you're at 1 Nexus HP with a tough Nexus, does Ledros actually still kill you, or does it deal 0 damage?
Well, considering there's 2 Vile Feasts, I think Broken Ball won't want to find out. He'll check the Oracle Eye, and then he'll decide to play a Vile Feast or not. So, you know, as interesting as the situation that you are proposing seems, I think it won't come to that because there are many fail-safes.
It can't even be lethal, right? Because we just have Atrocity to end the game, even though
Thank you,
Ghost
Broken
Driver's
Ball,
going to lose to deck out next round, so.
for taking us all out of this misery. That is game 1 now. Out, Ghost Driver in, again, not because the deck itself doesn't function or because, you know, Ghost Driver's a player, didn't pilot it well. It's just the matchup, the way it plays out. It's always going to be the case where if you're the slightly less control deck, you have to be the aggressor, you have to be the beatdown, and all of a sudden, half your cards don't do anything because your opponent is not playing units, so you can't play Vengeance, you can't clear the board, you can't use your reactive spells, and the ones that when you're forced to be proactive, that you're just playing right into the game plan of Broken Ball anyway. So overall, just an awkward game for Ghost Driver, not much you could have done there, but he will be swapping decks, trying to reset the mental and move on to Ari Lulu instead versus Sarah Zillion for Broken Ball.
As the meta has shifted from week to week, we've seen, you know, like, haha, Scouts is the flavor of the week, and it just mauls everything because you just have such a strong counter to the existing good decks of that week or that particular metagame. And now Watcher Combo is just coming out to punish a lot of these slower decks that are trying to outdo each other, right? We've got like the Zarazillion, we saw a ton of Feel the Rush, Iceborne Legacy Spiders, all these different flavors of late game decks, even like Bandle City Targon, you know, and then Watcher comes through to say, I want to beat those. And so all the decks that aren't prepped for that are definitely getting their comeuppance. So what do you want to pick up here? Rite of the Arcane is great. Broken Ball is still running the ancient preparations for this specific reason. You play it out in the early game, you fix your draws a little bit so you have a more consistent curve to go up against aggro, rather than just playing a 1-mana 2/1. You just have plays like this where you play ancient prep, set up for Pokestick, etc., etc.
Very good early game hand here from Broken Ball, making sure he has, you know, he's not going to be falling too far behind here. And an awkward hand here from Ghost Driver where he would want to play Lulu this turn, but he can't because he had to discard on this turn as well with Unimana. So overall, just a little bit awkward. Not really finding the best place here. I guess again, just still play Ari here. Although it does not have vulnerable, so that does make things a little bit awkward. And
then
the minefield comes down as well.
To stop the Ari. We saw the play being set up with the Flame Chompers pulling the 3/1, then Ari being able to swap and then kill it. Because Ari is a bit like Lulu, right? Where you're buffing your challenger to attack plus quick attack. Very, very cute. But now the play is a little bit rough. You maybe could just attack with Zonai Urchin if you really felt like it. Get this 2/2 off the board.
You do have the missing shot to stop the vulnerable attack from the Rockhopper next turn, so there is at least that going for Ghost Driver. You had 2 missing shots now as well, but still, the more this game gets stalled out, the less explosive you are in the early to mid game, the more time you allow for Zarazili to take over later on.
Ooh, and now with Endless Devout coming off of the top, we got the value trade into the Ari, preserving this 3/1 for down the road, keeping something alive that can trade into Lulu, for example. Forces the Get Excited.
Still has the Mystic Shot possibility. The hopeful vulnerable attack here from Broken Ball, but there is going to be a counter. And we'll see if Ghost Driver goes for it. It's not really
Because
that
there's-
important.
Because there's a second Ari in hand, you probably could let this go through.
Yeah.
Or you just play Lulu next round with the double Flame Chomper setup. Broken Ball does have Rite of the Arcane that was picked up from the Predict earlier. So if you play Lulu next round, then you are opening yourself up for Rite of the Arcane to come through, detonate the stun, and kill the Lulu. I think Ghost Driver just has to extend into this play, right?
Xerath coming on as well, and I mean, killing the Lulu is just, it stops so much damage. It really does. So much more than it looks like, because it stops the buff onto the Flame Chompers as well.
And
then next turn,
the Ari.
all this stalling that you've been doing is going to be enough to give the time for Xerath to come down, still with a landmark about to pop on the turn after that, and for the the control of the board to really come into effect for Broken Ball. And that's really what this deck wants, especially against Ghost Driver, who plays 100% onto the board, and once he loses that control of the board, there's almost no chance of refueling. We're seeing already in hand, like it's already kind of very low in terms of what he can play out here. Such
a strong concentration of champions being developed by Ghoster Driver, but Broken Ball has headed him off at every turn.
Double Mystic
already
is huge,
set up.
The double Mystic kill on Xerath.
Double Mystic onto the Xerath. You're maybe worried about Hourglass, but you've got to go for this. You have to clear the path for Lulu and Ari to set up, getting the 4/4 Flame Chompers, duplicating that buff, using the Ari, pushing through even more damage is what's going to put you on that trajectory to victory.
And you can attack here if you are Broken Ball, and you also can't play the Lulu out this turn if you're Ghost Driver. With the vulnerable, the Rolling Sands onto the Lulu would obviously just get it killed immediately. Oh, I don't like this. I think this might be, because this makes it so that, I guess your top deck next turn, so that, yeah, never mind. It would have maybe allowed for Rite of the Arcane answer to the Lulu next turn if it's forced to be played, without there being an open attack. But I guess it doesn't matter either way here. And now it just can be played out this turn.
Dealing a little bit of chip damage to the Ari. You've got Time Bomb next round. But this is a great open attack finally for Ghoster Driver. Trying to finally get some damage through here on round 7.
I think it's a little bit too late. I mean, this list is all about being explosive, about controlling the board with the huge value from Lulu in the first few turns, but at this stage,
more card draw.
Yeah, the cards haven't been ideal for Broken Ball either after that one Xerath was killed off. If you would have had, an Hourglass, for example, would have been game over pretty much instantly.
And despite this, sort of awkwardness at this stage of the game, he may have bought himself enough time, regardless, to just get to Arsenal, because so many landmarks have also been detonated with the Roiling Sands, because Ghoster Driver is playing a deck that is forced to develop. And you can see now the combat ordering gets a little bit trickier. We got Pix boosting Ari so that she swaps with the Flame Chompers, kills the restored Devout. Lulu buffing the other Devout.
This is the kind of deck where players, really think that there is an Oracle Eye in the game.
Yeah.
Makes things a little bit simpler in terms of fully, seeing the exactly what we're going to be seeing in a few seconds once you do commit and hit the attack button.
Pix gives +2/+1, by the way. And you can see here the way that this combat's being ordered. The Pix is being dangled, because if Broken Ball takes that block, you're pushing through so much damage elsewhere. And so Pix is free to just kind of attack like that. And then we get Flame Chompers back in the hand to activate this Poro Cannon. After this Time Bomb detonates, of course.
And this is what I was talking about. 16 HP on this. Pretty much the entirety of your game plan has been vomited down onto the board. And now you're left with a Flame Chompers, 2 Poros, and a Pix against an Arsenal. That fight seems pretty one-sided to me. And you still, I think, are going to have better tools for redrawing as the turns go on.
And now round 8. Arnie is about to hit the board. What's the roll, Panda? I lost my glasses.
Overwhelm.
I see Lifesteal.
We see Fearsome. There are currently no Fearsome blockers. Ghoster Driver. Actually, one of the, I think, the best players in tournaments that gives us the best viewing experiences. He's highlighting cards. He's showing us all the keywords. So +1, some props here to Ghoster Driver. Allowing us to see exactly what keywords are on this. Elusive is on there as well.
And so here he comes, getting another keyword. Fearsome, Challenger, Lifesteal. There's no way for Ghost Driver to get through the arsenal. There needs to be some kind of really, really nasty, like OTK. But from this position, it's just not going to happen. Oh, God, the second Arsenal.
Was feeling a little lonely. You know, having to defend your Nexus by yourself can sometimes be, you know, you want to sleep sometimes. You have a sleep break at some point. Someone else has to be watching, you know, keeping guard. And a second Arsenal has come in, and Ghost Driver sensed this. He sensed it in the air. He could see the tension growing. And all of a sudden, he has decided to surrender. So that will be game 2 and the final game in that series, going to Broken Ball. Saracilian proving to be too much for Arilulu to handle. We talked about there's a window of time where Arilulu has to create an explosive amount of tempo on the board, and that is the way you're able to win that matchup. But there was a very good starting hand for Broken Ball. He had the rock hoppers, he had the minefield, a bit of an awkward mid game once the Xerath was killed, but then he had like, you know, as well with the Arsenal, and that was able to clean up the game before there was any real threats developed.
Yeah, the minefield weaved perfectly with the right of the Arcane to keep those champions under control. So many Lulus and Aris drawn, and they were all just answered one after the other to keep that Nexus healthy. And then once he fell behind, was able to take that damage, got that really nice block, and Arsenal took over. If there was no Arsenal there, then it would have been just dead draws from Broken Ball. And then finally the redevelopment from Ghoster Driver. But your 8 drops always show up on 8. That's just the rule. I didn't make it. That's just what happens.
The rules of the game. But that will be it for this round, of course. We're going to be moving on to the losers bracket finals. But first, a very short 3-minute break, and we'll be back with Badge Attack versus Broken Ball, another classic of the European competitive scene. So stay tuned and don't go anywhere.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We're about to sort out the lower bracket finals between Broken Ball and Badge Attack. These players are fighting for the right to challenge Gamebreaker in the grand finals.
I say right of the arcane there. I just got the moment you said right. I'm like, wait a minute. we're not casting Scarzig yet, but we will be because there is once again Broken Ball, of course, running his own version of Scarzig, and it is a version that is a little bit different to what we saw before in the winners finals from Gamebreaker. We are seeing now a mini morph. There is no quicksand, for example. There's still, most of everything else is going to still be there, but there was one extra minefield as well in the deck for Gamebreaker, and I guess the most important, or one of the most notable things, is the Chemist as well, the 1-drops.
Yeah, so running Ancient Preparations, we saw it really come up huge in that previous game. Still having that 1 mana play, but to predict, allowing you to grab Right of the Arcane, Pokey Stick, or Endless Devout, something that just fixes the rest of your curve, guarantees you're going to have a strong, just early flow, not fall too far behind, is really strong. And then Ancient Preparations in the late game as well, just getting a predict to set up the draw that you might like is also very strong. The Chemist has come through as a tech for the deck recently just to give you a better aggressive play versus aggro, getting a landmark in play with the bomb that you don't mind detonating with Right of the Arcane and Desert Naturalist because you're getting the 1 damage to the Nexus trigger as well. But so there is merit for both. But with Ancient Preps, double mini morph, we can certainly say that this one wants to play a much slower and value-oriented game.
As a reminder, Broken Ball's other deck is going to be the Watcher combo that we saw earlier today. Kind of a throwback from a lot of metas ago. It has been nerfed, of course, but it is still a considerably strong option in terms of defeating other Shadow Owl's control deck and overall defeating just other control decks in general. This is kind of the ultimate control deck. And the way it plays out, it has the same toolbox kind of Freljord Shadow Owl's approach that can really answer almost any situation with one-off copies of Atrocity, Ruination, etc., but has that Watcher win condition, which can be very oppressive in the late game.
And it's important to note that back when the power struggle was going on between the Watcher combo variant and then the Ledros Atrocity variants, like just the Ledros OG versions, this one ended up coming out on top because it was winning the mirror very consistently. As players got better at the deck and pulling off that Watcher combo, it just started to reign supreme over all other control decks. I think that, as Panda had already mentioned previously, that with the Watcher being changed the way it was, it's more of a meta choice to bring this. It's not going to be the top control deck necessarily, and because you're relying on a very, potentially clunky late game combo, it does open up for the competitive scene to shift further around this to punish it without running the right options, for example, to cover your early mid game.
In the combo course now, the deck does not get completely obliterated when it does attack. For the Watcher, it is going to leave 3 cards behind, similar to Maokai's effect. And it also is, I believe, 5 allies instead of 4 that it was initially. So not so much thinking about how it is now, but you have to think, how was it the way it was before for so long? That's what I'm always thinking when I think about the Watcher, because it was doing some pretty crazy things, especially in the combo with Fading Memories, with Trundle's Ice Pillars. It was pretty crazy that on turn 8 the combo could go off when you have the right hands.
A lot of games, where it blowing up your deck didn't even matter. You were just dying to 2 or 3 Watchers hitting you, or Watcher getting stunned, and it's still an 11-17 you have to answer.
We are glad we're not, living in that world anymore. This is a more toned down version of that, and we'll see if Broken Ball is able to pilot it to success in this series as well. It took down Gusher Driver last series in the losers final or losers semifinal, and now has to try and face off against Badge Attack in the losers final with one of the decks that Gamebreaker used to already beat Badge Attack. So has to feel kind of a little bit good about his odds, I think, with the matchups.
That matchup really came to when we saw the Xerath Zillion versus Darkness. It was very, very strong top decks coming from Gamebreaker to counter all of the Darkness, to stop the Ishtali Sentinel, had the Right of Negation to clear both Darknesses from the Ishtali Sentinel. And a lot of those games that we saw in Badge Attack's Winners Final Series, it was just a drag out fight. Just so many top decks, crossing your fingers for the right card to come through. And if he can get better curves, I think that's really the secret for Badge Attack's lineup. He's playing these decks that are so strong and have been historically very potent, but have the opportunity to just draw these completely, like, just disassembled hands. I don't even know a word for just, like, the specific style. It's not, I don't want to say brick, but it's like a cinder block. It's a different flavor of bricking. That it's like you have good cards, but they just aren't coming together to really send through and become a win.
And I mean, we're this far into the tournament, and I still haven't seen Badge Attack play Akshan on turn 2, which is something that tends to be quite the opposite. You tend to see it on every single game, so it is a little bit strange. But to start things off, Broken Ball going to be on the Xerath Zillion, and Badge Attack will be on Darkness for game 1.
And Ancient Prep coming through immensely in this turn 1. And then into Zillion, getting Rite of Negation. Beautiful pickup. So key for this matchup. Denying the darkness not only lets you keep your Xerath alive, also slows down that Vhagar level up. Badge Attack has no opening plays. And this is allowing Broken Ball to just kick back, develop a board, and just prepare for just some attacks in the mid game. Badge Attack finally cashing in this Vile Feast. But what does that say about the hand quality here, Panda?
Could have just been playing very passively to the point where Broken Ball would just accept the pass, where Badge Attack might have expected something else to be developed or something else to be played. Since last turn, he didn't play anything. He could have played the Rockhopper on that last turn to have Xerath for 4 mana this turn, but opted to pass and burn the mana instead. But now Vhagar does come down, so now the clock is once again ticking. And there is that one Spiderling here. Well, not anymore after the block there. Unfortunately, Badge Attack is has somehow messed up the scene that he's picked on his stream. So we are going to have our glasses off for the start of this series from Broken Ball's perspective. But hopefully he can get the warning soon and we'll be able to get a better quality view of the game.
And so by saving the Vhagar, maybe trying to play around Rite of the Arcane as much as possible, trying to weave him in around the Roiling Sand developments, and eventually just invites the Mini-Morph. Broken Ball's version is on double Mini-Morph, so you can just use one like that in the mid-game. Definitely a huge pain point for Darkness is without Vhagar, you aren't able to target the Nexus, you're relying on Ishtali Sentinel, you're slowing down the ramping of the Darkness. So overall, really strong idea with the second Vhagar being drawn. Broken Ball does not have an answer for this next one. You can play Xerath and then get the Rite of the Arcane from the second Xerath.
But no landmark synergy right now. A bit of a top-heavy hand, not really the key synergies that you need in the early game. And this is a deck where Darkness counting upwards does matter because there are targets that have, that higher HP totals, like the Zillion, like the Xerath, like the Arsenal, of course, once it comes down without Spell Shield. So this is something where there is a priority to kill off this Vhagar whenever it's possible. And this might complicate things for Broken Ball.
Gets the Xerath down now that Darkness is out of the way. Doesn't go for Rite of the Arcane, though. Just lets this Darkness come through. Decides to negate. Ooh, I love this. And you're popping the Endless Devout. Get this other landmark ready to go. Maybe a Desert Naturalist top deck to keep a wide board, keep this threat level up. You're setting up for the Xerath as well, and this Rite of the Arcane, so that way you aren't losing out on any value here.
Top deck for Broken Ball is Unraveled Sand, so all of a sudden you have a little bit more landmark synergy to get the Xerath value, and then obviously the Arsenal value next turn.
And there is Missed Call.
Oof.
For the Vhagar. Broken Ball can respond to this with the Roiling Sands. So when this Vhagar is resummoned, he will gain vulnerable. And he takes the ping. He is the lowest attack unit.
The time I'm coming through as well, so now the 1 damage or the 1 health on the Vhagar. Or rather, no, yeah, the 3 damage on the Vhagar.
Yeah, the final ping to level Xerath is still just 1 damage, fortunately. The devs didn't go that far when they buffed him. But now he is vulnerable and can get cleaned up by the restored Devout.
An aggressive attack here from the Xerath.
Mm-hmm. The box to protect the Vhagar from the restored Devout. He's now still alive. We still got mana to cast this final darkness as well. There is 2 mana on Broken Ball's side. Is Badge Attack going to respect the Ancient Hourglass? No, has to force it. Needs to get the Xerath out of play. It's too strong, too threatening, and Vhagar's leveled.
Perfect 5 damage. The kill on the Xerath, level up on the Vhagar to Grand Overseer. Next turn, the Arsenals will start coming down. Time Bomb here to take down the 4-1 and just cycle.
We do have Group Shot. We have the Darkness scaling thanks to the multiple Vhagars coming through. Minimorph also
as well.
huge.
If there isn't a Spell Shield, the damage straight to the Nexus here with still the Minimorph mana up. I think you know to expect the Arsenal at this point.
Broken Ball throwing out the Shen emote.
Arsenal
and what
coming
do we
down.
Get? Lifesteal and Elusive,
well,
but no
Minimorph.
Spell Shield. You can Minimorph that. But yeah, Badge Attack just knows I can Minimorph this when it tries to attack me. Sidestep the Lifesteal, send the Darkness face.
Doesn't play out the second Arsenal either.
Yeah, it got Spell Shield off of that. Yeah, off of that countdown. So you can go for
That is massive.
Shot. Yeah, so you have to take that damage now.
That is massive. The heal comes in. There's that is massive.
Yeah, not
Badge attack.
Minimorphing last round.
Not happy with how that turned out. Very
So
unfortunate for him.
So now we Darkness the Nexus. There
That's
is a
the game
Time
plan.
Bomb
Just-
in hand.
You do have the chance to heal here with the Withering Wail if you need it.
It draws the next Time Bomb.
He's going to have to Withering Wail.
Preservarium first to draw, trying to get Badge Attack to tap down. H and
Continuing. Gonna keep slow playing to see if Badge Attack finds out, yeah, let me play this Minimorph now.
Because with the, it has to be Withering Wail. No Right of Negation. I think Badge Attack was hoping that there wouldn't be.
Another Time Bomb coming through. Not enough Time Bombs, unfortunately, it looks like.
Tons of Time Bombs coming through, just wiping the board. Vhagar is going to die to all these Time Bombs, so you can't target the Nexus with your final Darkness.
Oh, I thought it would be one off, but no, yeah, it does kill the Vhagar here with the very last one that ticks after the round turn. Pokey Stick here, but you don't have a way to target. You're gonna have to maybe Pokey Stick and find Stali. Then you have to...
it has to be Ishtali Sentinel here.
Or another Vhagar?
Yeah, third Vhagar. Another Pokey. There's 6. Hang on. 11. Pops
Okay, I
the
think
Spell Shield.
you'll have to play it safe now.
Smart. No, it's still lethal. Another Pokey Stick. Hourglass.
Oh no! And now you have the Minimorph.
Yeah, you've got.
But it's still lethal. Yeah, it's still lethal from the just the direct damage from the 3/3.
No, the Curator. The Curator's gonna hatch and kill you. What a disaster! The landmark detonating, giving the Arsenal Spell Shield, so it was able to complete its attack. Because Minimorph is burst speed, we couldn't lair the Group Shot and the Minimorph. So suddenly Badge Attack took a big chunk of damage, got whittled down even further because of the Time Bombs, and the Sentinel hiding underneath a pile of sticks. Broken Ball thought he lost. He's the one who put out the Shen emote. Thought it was doomed.
And that just goes to show you have to be on top of your game at every single point in time. One little slip up can make a game, completely change its course, and that was the case here. Broken Ball able to steal that game 1 win, and now is on match point to try and make it
a bit of a
back up into the
robbery.
grand finals.
No disrespect, but that's very rarely in Runeterra, I think, do you see a game swing so wildly from defeat to victory. Normally it's Darkness doing that to people. Zerazillion is not the sort of deck I think that can really go, okay, it's doomed, and then just wins. One mistake, right? Not casting the Maymorph. He was waiting to just do it on the open attack with the Arsenal. But
now it's going to be badge attack on the Akshan Sivir, and Broken Ball on his last deck. It is going to be the Watcher Control.
So badge attack just making sure things stay spicy for us.
Well, Akshan on turn 2, so maybe that's a sacrifice he had to make. He had to make that throw to finally get this Akshan coming down on turn 2 to get the landmark synergy right away.
And now we've got this ticking down. I mean, Akshan getting 3 HP is very good in this matchup. You're surviving your avalanches, your blighted ravines, etc. Vagabond going to come through, accelerate this even further. Has the effect that when it is summoned, it creates the Warlord's Palace, or if there's one already in play, it accelerates the countdown by 2.
I think it's a little bit surprising there's only 2 copies of Avalanche in this deck, so just really making sure you have all the spaces for the
Waking
different combo
Sands,
pieces.
he's extending into the box here. Just trying to get, yeah, I think honestly Badge Attack wants to get that resource out of Broken Ball. Because this is the sort of deck that needs to develop. You want to try to do it here in the early game with, you know, the Waking Sands, a card you kind of got for free.
Trundle now coming down with a huge HP pool regeneration as well makes it a little bit difficult
buff.
to deal with.
He's a 4/6 again.
Screeching Dragon trying to compete here, of course, with the Absolver. And no mana backup for Broken Ball means that he has to, I think, continue playing it more reactively. The barrier here is massive, and there isn't really a clean way to get rid of it. There's no Val Feast. You can, of course, just fully Vengeance the Screeching Dragon if you so wish to, and that just takes away the value from the barrier as well.
Yeah, but now we have Akshan leveled up. We have the Relic of Power. We can get that Predict draw. And from this position, what are you looking for? You're looking for Sivir, maybe the Golden Aegis. The classic way that these mid-range decks have always beaten Freljord Shadow Isles control is with a key rally on top of your mid-game dominance.
There's going to be the Merciless Hunter coming down. Going to be the easy target, I think, for the Akshan, and then just the full attack with everything else. Can't even go for Waking Sands.
Yeah, no more mana for Broken Ball, so Badge Attack can try to go as wide as possible.
And get a huge amount of damage to come through.
Yeah, no Predict draw there. Actually just gets the burst speed, Waking Sands. Keeps the other one in hand for later.
And the Absolver perfectly deals with the Trundle as well. So all of a sudden has a very, very developed board. This is kind of what we're talking about, the snowball effect of once you have a board and you're able to snowball it with combat tricks and with the landmark popping. It gets pretty scary pretty quickly.
And as Broken Ball tries to develop from behind, you know, it's just going to be, okay, do I get my second Screeching Dragon? Do I get Fleet Feather Trackers? Or just Cataclysm, right? Vulnerables, Concerted Strike. So many options now for Badge Attack to maintain this lead. 10 HP seems like a pretty high hill to climb, but Demacia specializes with its buffs in getting that job done.
No Ruination in hand for Broken Ball means he can't fully reset this board, but Badge Attack, of course, doesn't know this. I think he's not going to be able to develop next turn. He knows it's too big of a devastating move if there is going to be a counter to it with the Ruination, even if there is only one copy in the deck.
Yeah, it looks like Trundle is the only option. Merciless Hunter. Badge Attack running 3 copies of this card. Still great for setting up these trades. Now Treasure Seeker can pull Trundle to the side, and we are threatening lethal on this open attack.
Right away, Perfect Lethal being threatened already. And the options here, I guess you have the Val Feast now to offset it by 1. You have the Vengeance. You have the Atrocity on the Trundle if need be. So there are definitely ways to do it. I think this is the most, just the cleanest way to do it right away to create a response from Badge Attack. And then you can decide to punish The Vengeance, obviously not on the 5/4, not really ideal because you stop the drain effect and the spider from coming out.
Badge Attack maybe unable to find the lethal this round, but also taking a lot of key resources from Broken Ball. By straining his mana, we can't have the pillar develop this turn, so Trundle won't level up. That's delaying the 8 drops for Lissandra's level up. It is going to be Vengeance. And now Cataclysm comes through to make sure this Trundle stays dead.
But we're getting into the scary turns for the Watcher combo deck with 2 Ice Pillars and Fading Memories and a Spectral Matron in hand. Not quite enough mana to play Lissandra out this turn. That is the one small, very small silver lining for Badge Attack. Because this turn's about to get very, very crazy.
So now we have the Sentinel's Horde. Font of Power. Draw 2. All your cards discounted by 1 mana for the rest of the game. Rest of the turn. My goodness, that would be too strong. So now we have more resources available for Badge Attack. No rally being drawn. Just to refresh my memory on the build, there is 3 Golden Aegis in the deck.
I think the ideal thing would have been 2 Sivers and a Ricochet win. But I think that's not going to be possible now. Too many pillars in the way. Too many pillars to bounce off of. Just not ideal. There are actually pillars in the card art as well, no? So quite fitting.
Broken Ball thinking very carefully about how can I get this this Watcher down, because from this point it's very easy to, with the pillars helping defend, survive for the next couple rounds, but you need to put that clock in for Badge Attack to deck out, blow up that deck, lower the chances that they actually do get the Golden Aegis.
There's Tavern Keeper coming down, getting some healing on the Nexus. The Nexus now being tough as well, helping for every single unit that's attacking the Nexus. That's kind of -1 attack on it as well. But right away, Sivir with Spell Shield, trying to take down Lissandra to just get this nuisance out of the way.
Broken Ball's list does have, ways to pop the Spell Shield, but having to double Frostbite these sorts of units was one of the reasons that Sivir Ruin Runner was such a strong package for Shurima back in the day. You just had these monstrous mid-game, enormous threats that were so difficult to take down efficiently because of the Spell Shield.
There's a Fading Memories onto the Tavern Keeper, trying to trade off the Ephemeral onto the Action, but the Sharp Sight will deny that. And again, a big attack can come through here. Waking Sands, but now 9 HP back on the Nexus for Broken Ball, so he's healed up considerably in the last turn. And really, all he needs is just
doesn't really want to develop here because of Ruination. There's no, and the Absolver was used earlier, so no threat of Overwhelm here. We do have another Sentinel's Horde being worked on here, so we could get more card draw with the second Font of Power, but now it's only a matter of time before the Watcher hits, right? We've got the Spectral Matron in hand, ready to go. But does Broken Ball run out of blockers?
I think he might. I mean, it's going to be pretty dangerous next turn. This is all Broken Ball wants is to buy time, not die this turn. He did that with the Tavern Keeper's last turn, and now he will have the full combo enabled for the turn after, with the Watcher already in hand with the Fading Memories as well.
There's also a world where you intentionally keep the board full so that there's no room to Matron the Watcher. We've seen that play happen before. And so we're casting a Spectral Matron on the Watcher here just to get more expensive units in play to finally discount the real one. This just puts a 6/6 in play, so you have more blockers versus a potential rally.
And just to commit the mana on defense now, while still being kind of efficient about your game plan.
Yeah, because now you get the vulnerable and the Spectral Matron as an attacker to kind of take advantage of this. Fading Memories. Onto the Matron, onto Watcher. Still, and then the next Watcher that's created is also 0 mana, so that can be developed as well. And this forces Badge Attack to trade away the board.
Mm-hmm. And you can even box, though, the blockers here. Well, yeah, I think saving the box for a redevelopment is probably going to be better, because we're at the stage of the game where Badge Attack has to redevelop, fully if he wants to, try and get back into it, and then you just get punished and completely blown out of the game. At this point by Broken Ball. The vulnerable as well from the pillar makes it so that Sivir dies here, and really you can't just not block because they are 11 attack units, so it does get that much scarier here, and you have to get as close as possible to the lethal here.
Yeah.
But now Atrocity.
Yeah. I was thinking you had to sacrifice one more thing against the 11-17, but now Atrocity comes through.
You play the box here as well. I think you're going to find the best way you're going to find, because the hand is now empty, so you really only need one thing. You can at least get the spell shield as well.
Yeah, I think you can see that Badge Attack is just trying to play towards the outs. So many cards have already been spent towards like Trundle and Matron and developing. No Avros and Sentries or Glimpses, I don't believe, have been played this game, so slightly lower chances of getting the Atrocity, but there's just not enough to cycle through this second Sentinel's Palace, and Vakuran Bruiser hasn't had good trades to get those keywords stacked as well to try to force something through.
And solo combat, obviously, with 17 HP on the unit you're trying to kill, is a pretty difficult task to accomplish. It's tough here. There's nothing really that Badge Attack can do at this point with this current board from Broken Ball and the Atrocity as well.
It's one of those decks, that it's again it does so well at taking down lists that aren't like properly accounting for it. This is a matchup that players really have to reacclimate themselves with, I feel, because it was so prominent, and we were seeing it included in every tournament lineup back when it was at its most powerful, that players were really starting to tear it apart. By making them brick, punishing the misplays. There's also stronger options now with the Vengeance and Trundle buffs. So certainly you could almost evaluate it as a completely new deck in the scene. And as players become more familiar, we could see it maybe fade away.
All in all, Broken Ball able to get the 2-0 win here over Badge Attack, changing the course of the grand finals. Not going to be the revenge match that Badge Attack was hoping for, and the bracket that he expected, especially considering it was the same outcome last week. Instead, it will be Broken Ball trying to challenge for that throne and trying to make it so that Game Breaker does not win 2 fight nights in a row with his win on last week's tournament. But that will be it for this current round. Next up, the last and final round of today's tournament will be the grand finals coming up very soon. So stay tuned, don't go anywhere. In 3 minutes, we'll be right back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We're just about to jump into the grand final between Gamebreaker, last week's champion, and Broken Ball.
Scarzig, I'm going to call attention to the fact that both of these players are trying to break things, and I'm not sure what that means, but I hope it's going to be an exciting final. I just noticed after all this year casting these players, tournament in, tournament out, that both of their names are based off of something being broken. So interesting to point out. My subconscious just took over there. But very excited to see how this match turns out. I'm very excited to see how the Scarzig, both of these players, that the only two players to bring it to this tournament, both find themselves now in the grand finals. I think is very interesting for what this means for the deck in this current meta, and how both these different styles of the deck face off against each other as well.
Yeah, and we'll see very quickly the journey that both players took to get to this position. Gamebreaker took down Smooth Swallowist, took down Jinden, fought Badge Attack in a closer 2-1 set to get his spot in the grand finals, and then Broken Ball, who is knocked down to the lower bracket by Jinden, was able to fight all the way back up through Dalton and Ghoster Driver, and then finally taking down Badge Attack to get this game.
As a reminder, we're going to see Gamebreaker, like we mentioned, on Scarzig, but his other deck is going to be Ari Kennen, the Go Hard variant with Shadow Owl as a secondary region. And Broken Ball, we just saw his deck's going to be Scarzig, and the Watcher combo. Also interesting to point out that this deck has found its way into the finals as well.
Yeah, it's taking advantage, I think, of the slower metagame. A lot of control decks trying to outdo each other, and then the Watcher just puts a hard time limit on the game and lets you win versus control. So it's just that natural cycle where when control gets really strong, we're looking for maybe combo decks to break the cycle, like Lee Sin, which has just completely left the metagame. But now we have like a sort of pseudo mill win condition to kind of shore up that weakness. We'll see if the meta shifts further, but I do like to see, the power of Zilean Xerath being so pronounced, right? The deck has been around in the fridges of the metagame for a very long time, but now it's just really strutting its stuff because it's such a grab bag deck. It has good, stable matchups across the board, and with a wide variety of things like Minimorph, Rite of Negation, Quicksand, it can stop a lot of other lists, even Explosive Minefield. And so this is Broken Ball's list. He was one of the original proponents of the list. This is like the OG build, triple Explosive Minefield, triple Ancient Preparations, very defensive with using the predicts to get the key cards you want for that matchup, 2 copies of Minimorph, but no Quicksand.
Yeah, biggest difference, I think it's not so much analyzing the deck, but comparing it to the version from Gamebreaker and seeing what the differences are and what these players are maybe aiming to do with the decks in the way they build them differently. So, like you mentioned, I think it's the more standard version. I think, not seeing Minimorph and Scarzig is odd. Seeing Chemist, for example, is also a bit odd. It's not, I think, the traditional, but that is the case for the Gamebreaker's version. Quicksand, only 1 copy, no Minimorphs whatsoever, has triple Chemist and triple Minefield. So playing much lower to the ground, and overall, I think it says Arsenal already does such a good job of giving me a late game that I really don't need anything else. I'm just going to go low to the ground, make sure I have a more consistent early and mid game, and then just have the kind of fallback on the Arsenal and on Xerath and the Hourglasses, for example, to shore up just the early and mid game.
Yeah, that seems to be the idea, where you don't really need Minimorph if you've got leveled up Xerath in play or Explosive Minefields to stun. And again, I like Inventive Chemist just because having a 1-mana 2/1 that you get immediately really helps you out versus a lot of aggressive decks. So we can see just a more balanced approach here. I think that the lack of Minimorphs does mean that Broken Ball's version is going to be a bit more prepared for a potential mirror, going to have a much easier chance dealing with the Arsenal. Pokey Stick to pop the Spell Shield into the Minimorph, going to be very important. But then I think it's just going to come down to their secondary decks, right?
One final reminder for the viewers at home. This is the grand finals, which means that Gamebreaker is currently on 2 lives. He has not lost. He's won all his series today, which means he has 2 lives total. But Broken Ball has already lost once, which means he has only 1 life and has to try and force a bracket reset. If Gamebreaker wins his very first series, we're going to see now, tournament's over, Gamebreaker, back-to-back Fight Night champion. But if Broken Ball is able to take away a life from Gamebreaker, win this first series, the bracket is reset and we start again with the second series. And at that point, everything is equal, all normal best of 3 rules apply. Whoever wins that wins the tournament. So usually it is tradition to see a bracket reset in the Fight Night EU tournaments, but we didn't see it last week, so this could be the start of a new tradition. We'll find out as this next series comes along.
I think as well for Game Breaker's lineup with Xerath Zillion and Ari Kennen, these are decks that can sometimes get very awkward builds, or you just draw the perfect counter card you want to shut down their game plan. And having that second life and being able to play out another set with these decks that do have, on the opposite end of the spectrum, very powerful curves and board setups that nullify what the opponent's trying to do, is very dangerous for Broken Ball heading into the grand finals. I think that especially later in the tournament, after you've played so many games fighting through the lower bracket, you're going to be a little bit more fatigued, and you just have to channel that final little bit of energy and keep up the clean play. Game Breaker now playing Xerath Zillion into Watcher.
Both matchups that Game Breaker will have to play possibly against this Watcher deck, both this one and Ari Kennen. I'm very interested to see how it plays out, especially with a pilot like Game Breaker, because that's where you really get to see, the maximum test for an archetype, because he is, I think, a fantastic pilot, and we'll see how he can. I think he's definitely not forgotten how to play against the Watcher. He's someone that has always been on top of the game, especially in that meta as well.
Yeah, and yeah, Game Breaker consistently takes lines that aren't readily apparent, is setting up like very strong forks. I think has been the biggest showing from Game Breaker. Is he has the ability to set up situations where there's no good options for the opponent anymore, or lethals where he's covering every possibility. And so Xerath Zillion is, with its, again, grab bag approach to control, really helps out with a gameplay style like that.
A bit of an awkward hand here, though. Very reactive. Once again, another Unraveled Earth. I think Game Breaker's not happy to see this. I mean, too much of the same, I think, in the case of way too many landmarks, not enough landmark payoff, no Xerath, for example, and no real way to, get this spider out of the way and start chipping in damage. You have only 1 HP units, which are obviously notoriously going to be terrible against any kind of Shadow Alpha combination. And
in this matchup, you can't really rely on the arsenal because of things like Vile Feast to pop the spell shield into Vengeance, or just using a flash freeze to pop the spell shield into Vengeance, or setting up a Ruination. With the lack of early pressure, it means that Broken Ball can just pass a lot, float tons of mana, and retain that flexibility for these more expensive spells. The one Rite of Negation in Game Breaker's hand is gonna be pulling so much heavy lifting in this matchup.
And this is going to be there we go, the Xerath waiting room. You have 5 landmarks ready to blow up. You have Rite of Negation to protect the Xerath, and you don't really have a direct kill spell. You don't have a Vengeance or a clean way to deal with the Xerath right now. So we will see if it comes down now. The box is still active alongside Vile Feast next turn. I'm not sure if I would have liked to see it come down next turn, and then you have the right backup available, but still.
Yeah, because the box there, Broken Ball, if you're thinking about what's the best, most valuable play I can get, you're thinking of like Desert Naturalist, Rock Bear, Restored Devout type developments that you can scoop up.
Yeah, but still, again, an awkward, too much damage here. You're killing a unit with Right, but then this extra bit of damage doesn't go anywhere.
Rite of the Arcane coming through, trying to clean up the Bjerg. And this is what Xerath Zillion really does to you, right? With the passive removal of Xerath, you're able to keep your opponent's board clear and double down on your mid game. So another great development here into an open attack would be really fantastic to see. Xerath leveling up super quickly means that 3 damage pings are going to annihilate the rest of the developments here. Kindly Tavern Keepers, second Bjerg, pressuring Lysandra as well.
And we'll see if just the Xerath by himself is able to take it over here, considering this has just been an extremely reactive game plan from Broken Ball until now, and that's kind of the whole point of his deck. He wants to kill off this Trundle again, but again, would be wasting some damage if he uses Rite of the Arcane, for example.
And the Roiling Sands, even though it was pretty awkward in the early game, you're still drawing a lot of cards by cycling these through. putting vulnerable on Broken Ball's targets means that you are able to set up kills or, you know, just pull things to the side and push through a little bit of damage. This potential build of the deck, you know, only has Vile Feast, Blighted Ravine, and Tavern Keeper for a little bit of healing. Previous versions we saw had, you know, Withering Wail and things of that nature to have more healing. So maybe Gamebreaker is able to push through a little bit as we head into the later stages. Arsenal is ready and waiting to hit the board here with the attack token.
Mm-hmm.
And if there is a spell shield rolled, Broken Ball can respond to the Watcher. Goodness, that's how you know. Big, heavy late game card. Arsenal development with Vile Feast, and then potentially just Flash Freeze.
Devout coming in again, just too many rolling sands here, too many landmarks here that are not really helping the Xerath put through damage, but it's all going to be about the Arsenal trying to actually apply pressure. Because because Broken Ball's deck, it functions in a way that it in just one dimension where it doesn't play for board at all, really. A lot of these decks that are meant to be very strong on board or meant to counter board-based decks quite well, kind of you see all this value being lost in space, basically.
Yeah, just not really good targets. We saw earlier, you know, using Rite of the Arcane to sacrifice the Endless Devout. But yeah, look at this. Xerath just sniping that Bjerg. Broken Ball just wants the card draw at this point. 12 HP is somewhat healthy, so it's not a big deal. Removing the Trundle and setting up for an open attack is pretty strong.
Mm-hmm.
Because if we look at Broken Ball's mana for next round, you're floating all this mana, being able to threaten like a Vile Feast plus Ruin. Oh no! The Ruination Burn! Develop it, Gamebreaker. That's just the clear path right there.
Gonna play it safe, gonna attack here with both, and now the combo begins.
I guess if you develop Arsenal and you get a low roll, they just do like Matron and blocks you out.
Mm-hmm. And we'll see now the solitaire game plan begins for Broken Ball. He has to assemble all the pieces of Exodia.
And the board is empty, so, you know, there's plenty of room to get these Matron plays through.
Yeah. Key thing is having room for all the pieces of Exodia. If there isn't room for an arm or a leg, all of a sudden, just not working out.
And so we have the option for Matron onto Matron. That would be 4 out of 5 for 0-cost Watcher. Or we can just play Lissandra out here, or Matron onto Lissandra to get the Watcher in hand, and then Matron next round. Or actually, yeah, you Matron Lissandra, and then you can do Matron onto the Watcher with your attack token.
Mm-hmm.
Or, oh wait, no, the board's full again.
No, because there's ephemerals all around.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Ephemeral Lissandra.
Ephemeral
right.
City. Yeah, an ice pillar
I
ephemeral.
see here. Oh, yeah, let me adjust my glasses.
You're ephemeral and you're ephemeral. You know, the Oprah giving everyone ephemeral meme, which is not usually a good thing, but in this case it is because, again, the board space is one of the key things. You end up just overwriting the thrall by the end of it. Minefield.
And vulnerable being granted to the Arsenal. Very important. You can drag him out of hiding.
Minefield is big, though, and you're going to have the chance to Rite of the Arcane and get the second one also. But not the third. No one expects the third Watcher.
The Watcher, and then you Fading Memories and overwrite the Watcher. Not going to go for it, though. You've got to blow up Gamebreaker's deck.
7
you've
different
You've got to
times.
put a clock here, yep. Right in the Arcane. This clears the pillar, stuns the third Watcher.
Gamebreaker is really, you know, trying his best to mount in defense against the horde of you know, Watcher
Imagine
mythical
these
beings.
3 gigantic, like, eldritch monsters being stopped by a lot of bombs.
And you're thinking, you know, I've stunned 3 different Watchers. Surely that's enough.
It's like throwing Legos on the ground. That's what's keeping the Watchers at bay.
No, too risky. I will not. I mean, they have to be, you know, using those feet for the rest of eternity. I think they're kind of immortal, right? So imagine one Lego that's enough damage to really screw you up for a long time, Scarzig. You have to be very careful.
And here it is, the hourglass. The hourglass has been so hilarious for today's broadcast. Like, double dipping on the Watcher, getting every keyword.
And surely
so
that is every
it doesn't
single
even, it
keyword
barely fits
in
on the card.
game.
Impact 8.
Elusive is there. We're just double checking. There is no elusive blocker. Attack gets committed. Scout is there. Everything is there for Gamebreaker to try and get this win. Production has conveniently hidden the hand of Broken Ball from us now at this point, but we know that it does not matter because the win is there. Gamebreaker takes the game one, able to do it. Although the Watcher tried very hard. You know, 3 different Watchers came down on the one final combo attack token turn, but the Minefield top deck was the perfect 1-mana top deck at that stage of the game to just completely shut down the attack altogether. So really big props to Gamebreaker.
Yeah, we really wanted to see like an atrocity there. Try to get the Watcher to still deal damage to the Nexus to try to find a lethal. I think we still had Rite of Negation, of course. The burn on the Ruination was huge.
Oof. Yeah.
Letting the Arsenal hit the board safely.
That's because there's only one copy as well. So it just you know, the moment it's burned, Broken Ball's had to think like I really should have tried and maybe manage my hand size a little bit better, maybe played out a card a turn before to miss out on that happening. Most of the times players when they're burning cards, playing super heavy controllers with Lee Sin as well, a lot of the times it's just not a key priority. It's not top of mind. Hey, I'm gonna burn a card next turn if I don't do this, I don't do that. And by the time it happens, it's just too late.
We're kind of seeing the growing pains, right, of this deck trying to fit itself back into the metagame, where players are not seeing the lines they used to when playing against it, and then players trying to reacclimate themselves to piloting it at maximum effectiveness. But Gamebreaker starting off with a fantastic open, right? We get the cycling of the droplet, 4 damage with the Ari.
Missing the Wayfinder. I don't think I've seen Gamebreaker lose on this deck yet, so something to consider for Broken Ball, considering he says the match point could be the last match of this tournament if he's able to win it. That being said, I think Broken Ball's deck has a lot of tools to stop a lot of what Gamebreaker wants to do.
Playing in the droplet here once again. No Vile Feast. Don't even know if Broken Ball would take that risk. We've got another attack. We could see a Flash Freeze to stop the Ari swap. We've got a lot of ideas here to make this not as good of attack as it looks. And if you develop, you're opening yourself up to the box. You're opening yourself up to maybe just Kindly Tavern Keeper, right? Just offsetting some of your damage. And for Gamebreaker, now you have to stop and think. Am I just trying to smork down? Am I looking for pack your bags? The Watcher blowing up the deck really puts a stopper on the sign-in late game value, but just goes for the open attack, gets 4 more damage.
No, Wayfinder is the one key thing here that is missing for Gamebreaker. That being said, the box would probably be a pretty clean answer to it. We saw it navigated before in earlier matches between the box and the Ari Cannon decks in this tournament, that you want to play it out after there is no mana there is no mana for the box, then you play out Wayfinder, and it's kind of safe for eternity because there's only that one window of time to play the box and get the full value from it.
There is still mana open for Avalanche, 2 copies in Broken Ball's list. And it's kind of like, I got to develop something. So just going to go for Shadow Assassin. Playing at maximum mana efficiency here. We do get eyes now on Broken Ball's deck. There is 1 Avalanche and 2 copies of the box. Gamebreaker, however, drawing no Kinko Wayfinders. We've seen this happen before. You keep a deck, hope to kind of counter your opponent's specific outcome, and they just never draw that card that you want to counter.
There's now the hand for Broken Ball, has double the box, so has the answer ready to go at any point in time. And as we go further and further into these rounds, it makes it more and more difficult for Broken Ball not to have the mana up for the box at pretty much every single point in time. Slow development here from Gamebreaker. Another Dancing Droplet coming down, still playing it quite safe with still options to recall depending on what is played out here, and that is going to be the Avalanche now.
Not going for the Homecoming, just letting the wipe come through. There's still another droplet in hand to keep cycling there. Gamebreaker's got bigger fish to fry, right?
That means that still has the mana for the box again, as I mentioned. As we move on through the turns, it's going to be more and more likely to have that mana available. And if you play out, for example, now a Devastating Droplet, then all of a sudden the box is going to be hit there, and you have to go for a recall effect.
Lysandra has tough, so she's not going to die to the Mark of the Storm detonation.
Just most things about this matchup make things a little bit awkward for Gamebreaker.
Chipping away at this Lysandra is actually very important. You've got to get her off the board before she levels and gives the Nexus tough. Because if you're looking for, 2 attack, elusive units to hit the Nexus, tough is going to cut their damage in half. Your Lightning Rush isn't dealing as much damage as you want it to. Pack your bags, also getting reduced damage.
There's a Wayfinder, but I think a little bit too late. No, there is actually deny, so it is there to deny 1 box, but there's 3 boxes in here. It's not enough mana for all 3 just yet in 1 turn, but I think, yeah, anytime that there's a big development, it will be answered pretty quickly by Broken Ball. And Gamebreaker just has to kind of cut his losses, decide, this is the time to go for the attack before my opponent goes too far in. I can try and make him expend a few boxes here and there, and then finally go for a more committal with a Wayfinder.
No Vile Feast as well. You can go for the box. Twin Disciplines does cover that. If you really do want the Kennen to be recalled here.
And he's bouncing over the Wayfinder thinking, yeah, I got the box out of him. Time to play Wayfinder. But little does he know, there's 2 more waiting in hand.
So you can go for Twin Disciplines to protect the Kennen. It'll get sent back to your hand by Ari, so you're able to resummon him and get that Mark of the Storm to kill the Lysandra. And if Broken Ball puts any more mana into this transaction, then they don't have that further opportunity to respond. You're going to keep that open, maybe hope for a second Lysandra. Going to heal her up with the Kindly Tavern Keeper. Wow, going for the heal on Lysandra and not the Nexus. You can see how important Lysandra is to closing out the game. But now no box.
And that is a green light. Yeah, green light for the Wayfinder. Could be obviously still a reset, like an avalanche coming through, but currently not in hand, and 1 was already played out already. So now another full board flood and more Mark of the Storms here as well. See how you commit them. I think because you're not killing the Tavern Keeper in 1 hit, I think you'd rather just hit the Lysandra instead. And also kind of offsets an avalanche possibly coming down later down the line.
We've got Homecoming, and Homecoming doesn't really work against the Watcher. The first one maybe, depending on how Broken Ball navigates his combo. If he plays an Ephemeral Watcher before it's discounted to 0, the Homecoming will be very massive, or even just Concussive Palm. And so we could see a very similar outcome to what we saw in the first game, where you just have the resources available to stop 2 or maybe even 3 Watchers from attacking. And after Broken Ball has expended the combo to get that, to get those into play, they just don't have anything left to defend themselves against the potential lethal.
And this game might start showing one of the weaknesses of this Watcher combo deck, which is if you don't find the Trundle and you don't have access to the Ice Pillars, it makes the combo working, especially now that it's at 5 units, much more difficult.
And either the players just accept that weakness, maybe try to include a 3rd Babbling Bjerg or 3rd Retreat to shore that up a little bit, or maybe they just start putting in other win conditions, right? Maybe Feel the Rush or Ledros to combine with the Atrocity as well in this deck. But for now, we just got Homecoming being cashed in. This levels up the Ari, sets up for a big elusive swing.
I think that's the key here, trying to get as many elusives down onto the board as possible. You have a chance to play the Droplet, have a chance to play Shadow Assassin as well.
Now that there is no box.
And then Mark of the Storm, another Ari. Well, Wayfinder is definitely not the play, because there's currently absolutely no space on this board. You have the Twin into both Droplets, into the Twin Disciplines, onto the Ari. There is going to be a stop for that, which will be Atrocity. but there is a deny in hand. So as far as I'm concerned, this is game over.
Yep, and then you mark the storm here. Lysandra
Oh,
does...
you have the flash freeze. Never mind. You have the flash freeze.
Yeah, so you flash freeze, then you twin to counter the flash freeze, and then you have to atrocity to kill the Ahri, and then there's deny on top of that.
You have the mana for both, exactly both. If you are Broken Ball, you have 10 mana exactly, and that locks you out of any other plays this turn. I think it's still going to be enough, though, with all the marks and all the mana that Game Breaker will still have available. But what should have played the Dancing Robots next to the... Maybe he was going for lethal this turn.
Probably just by the fact that Gamebreaker hasn't seen a single Vile Feast yet. Doesn't want the chain to be interrupted by the droplet being answered, because you've only got the one twin, no Nopify.
But the box stops the ephemeral version as well of this because it came out of the Godwill Seedling.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. If you
makes it even easier. And now if you twin Discipline instead, then you're just playing into the flash freeze regardless. You have the mana for it.
Yeah. Well, now there's no atrocity, so you can deny the box here.
Yeah. There's a second box though.
So twin, twin to protect the Kennen from the box, so you flash freeze the Ahri.
If only there was a second flash or a second twin disciplines in hand, that would change things obviously, but it is not the case. An odd sequencing, odd series of events for sure. I think there's a lot to consider for both players, especially at this stage of the game. Damage is being pushed here, but just not quite enough. And next turn will be, again, because the Toronto hasn't been playing, there's not been an Ice Pillar that slows down this combo so much. I'm not sure if next turn is even that relevant or scary.
And with Kennen leveled up, you have your Fearsome blockers now. We talked about how Fearsome was a really big weakness of this list that a lot of decks tend to exploit. And with the Spectral Matron being Fearsome, you potentially could swing through. But now that's also going to get shut down.
Yeah, overall, I don't see how Broken Ball is going to create a menacing turn on the next turn right now. Go Hard coming into the hand a little bit late.
You've got your wide board. You've got Kinko Wayfinder. Boxes already being expended, so now you can start safely putting in the Go Hards. Or you save them for after your deck gets blown up.
True, that is true. Fading Memories. You know it's going downhill if you're playing your Fading Memories on your opponent's Shadow Assassin.
There's Trundle finally being gotten, but it's 1v6 with the Trundle now.
And Homecoming can be played. There's really not much mana to answer to anything here. If you are Broken Ball, you don't have any. Again, the hand is just very awkward now when he needs reactiveness. He doesn't have it. It's only units, and units that don't really synergize in the right way either. The Tavern Heroes are great for healing.
Getting Lightning Rush for more direct damage.
And just the full attack coming in here. The Vile Feast coming in, doing something, but I think not quite enough. Can stop the chain or attempt to.
Yeah, there's just enough damage overall. Once again, Broken Ball's variant not running Withering Wail.
And Gamebreaker does it yet again. Wins this first series 2-0. Stops the bracket retest tradition in EU. And is our Fight Night champion for a second week in a row. After also, I think, 3 or 4 finals in a row. Yeah. So truly impressive from Gamebreaker, even if he is the one just butchering our traditions and just, I was going to get a bit more graphic with the metaphor, but let's keep it with butchering. But yeah, breaks the bracket reset, not curse, but tradition.
The
twice in a row now.
Tradition breaker.
It is, you know, it's tough to see, of course. Broken Ball, I think, tried his best, but overall, I mentioned at the very start, it would be a nice test to see how Ari Kennen and Zerazilian do against the Watcher combo in this current new meta with Game Breaker's a pilot. And overall, Game Breakers seem to be very much in control throughout both games, I think.
Yeah, it really just showcases the staying power of two decks in the metagame that are very strong and very flexible. They have very good things they want to do, but also good ways to interact with the opponent's deck, stop what they're trying to do, and overall Game Breaker has really skyrocketed, I think, the viability of Ari Kennen. Every time we figure out that there might be a deck that can beat it, Game Breaker's flipping the script on that matchup. And I also just want to give a quick shout out back to Sir Donald, who really put the spotlight on Sign In Thousand Tailed. Like, you have to be playing this card.
And we are done now with the tournament with the games themselves. We are going to have a winner's interview with Game Breaker once again this week. And I really suggest the viewers not to go anywhere, because I have some spicy points to bring up that Game Breaker will be put on the spot. Some developments happened yesterday on Twitter, and the consequences will be had now in this winner interview. I have my chance to go at Game Breaker. We'll see how he responds, but stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. In just a few minutes, we'll have a very spicy winner's interview.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We just concluded the bracket, and Gamebreaker was able to take his second week in a row after just a cruising victory all the way up to the grand finals. Took down Badge Attack, his ephemeral rival, and then also took down Broken Ball, one of the strongest players from Italy, who fought his way out of the losers bracket, but wasn't able to take it, denying the bracket reset once again.
Not just fought his way through, but fought his way through from the very first round of losers bracket all the way through into the grand finals, but then unfortunately fell short to Gamebreaker and just immediately lost in that very first series. Wasn't even able to force that bracket reset. But again, mental fatigue, especially when you go to losers bracket run, is always going to be a factor. And overall, I think Gamebreaker piloted his decks very well. So I wasn't too surprised to seeing him get the back-to-back win in this week as well. But with that being said, let's welcome our winner for today, Gamebreaker. Congrats on the win. How are you feeling after this tournament win and overall with your lineup choice for this tournament?
I mean, it feels good, and I brought the same lineup that went 4-0 last week, and it went 4-0 again, so it seems to be a very good lineup. I just didn't. I tested a couple of decks to bring instead, but I just saw no reason to switch, and yeah, it worked out pretty well, as obviously.
And how did you feel about the lack of mini-morph? Is this like a newer thing? You think it's not really required anymore, or just based on your read on the metagame?
It was totally based on the read on the metagame. Zillion is more of a tempo deck, so technically, like, it's like right in the middle, right? When you're playing a slower control-ish deck, you're the aggressor. When you're playing a fast deck, you're basically trying to play a little bit of control. Mini-morph is just like a card that's really good in one matchup and really bad in the fast matchups. And I saw like 5 people bringing scouts last week, so I was like, maybe I just tune down on the mini-morph and play more cards geared towards that. I added a third of the stun landmark. I added a quicksand. I added the second Rite of Negation because I felt like the card was still good against control, but it had much more value in these fast matchups because like negating a rally or a decimate is still good in these matchups, which did come up in the spider burn that Jinden played.
Yes.
So I'm feeling good with these changes. Obviously, if you're preparing this for a lineup that wants to play into control decks, you would probably still play the Minimorphs. It's still a good card.
Yeah, I think even for the fast matchups, it's still going to be a 1-for-1 to some degree. And against the slower matchups, it's obviously much more valuable than that, stopping a Runation or stopping one of the very expensive spells. So I think, that definitely makes a lot of sense to me as well. I want to quickly, briefly mention something that occurred yesterday in the Twitter space last night. And here our production is going to pull it up.
On
Gamebreaker, made the fatal mistake of tweeting out, send me your top 2 ASAP, the matches that I least would want to cast or decks, and I have an hour to submit decks for tomorrow. I hate Deep and Scarground, so I told him, that top 2 would be Scargrounds and Deep. And then he, obviously, if he's a gentleman and a scholar and a man of his word, would be forced to bring these 2 decks to the tournament and try and find the back-to-back win with these 2 decks. As we've all already seen today, Gamebreaker is not a gentleman, is not a scholar, and is not a
What do you
man
mean? I brought
of his
Deep and
world.
Scarground.
I don't believe so. I think either you're using some very weird skins, or that was definitely not Scargrounds and Deep.
Yeah, it's the new Nautilus skin, haven't you seen?
I think Nautilus is a bit small. If Nautilus is Kennen, I think he's lost just a little bit too much stature in the past few days.
Look, okay, first of all, I had already submitted my decks when I made that tweet. And second of all, I was obviously joking and not expecting you to be this petty, but I will offer
players
you.
are very petty.
Oh wait, there's a counter offer.
There's a counter offer. I will, since I'm going to be playing next week again. I will offer you to choose one deck next week out of the ones that
Okay. I accept the counter offer. I forgive you for your transgression yesterday, thanks to this counter offer. And now, viewers, next week you must tune in because I will spend countless hours and will consult with various players to decide what deck to suggest Gamebreaker brings. It might be really out there, so guys, definitely do not miss next week.
But it has to be able to at least have a chance, right? I don't want to play like 0%.
Okay. It has to be somewhat competitive. Okay, we agree.
Okay.
Scarzig, any more questions?
I shouldn't have made that tweet.
You said that you were testing some decks just before we go. I guess you were testing some decks, but you didn't feel the need to switch. What were the decks you were testing? What are some other things that you do have your eye on in the metagame?
One thing that looked really fun that Dayton actually told me about, I don't know who invented it, was this Nami TF, but it's with PNZ, so it's like kind of a weird scuffed TF Fizz version where it plays like Flash of Brilliance to flip Nami really fast, and it looked really fun, and I was very close to just submitting it because I felt like having a fun deck in there, but then I played a couple of matches with it and I just couldn't win because I just couldn't draw Nami. So
Oh.
I I was like I'm open to try new stuff in Fight Night, but it has to be at least somewhat like potent, and it didn't seem like it was good enough.
Maybe next
Then
week.
I tried, yeah, maybe. Yes,
You'll have
it's
some
not in
fun
my
stuff
hands
to try.
anymore. Yeah, okay.
Don't worry, I'll be fair. You know, I am a person that plays for the competitive aspect of these tournaments, so I won't shoot you in the foot too much, Game Breaker. But all in all, you know, jokes aside, I think you did play really great today. I think the piloting was fantastic on both decks again, and really you're showing kind of the limit maybe of this current format, of the current meta, and what decks definitely seem to function really well against a wide variety of matchups as well. So huge congrats on your play today, on becoming, you know, one of the few players that gets a back-to-back win. Maybe they'll get the very elusive triple win in a row, which I think only Ultraman and Marcus have done in the past.
I think I just put a dent in my chances to that, but
well, it's all coming together.
It's okay.
We're starting new traditions. It's okay. No bracket resets, but then Panda gets to pick your next deck. Oh my god, what have we done?
It's like a modifier, you know, like when you're playing Slay the Spy, it's like Ascension level 3 Fight Night.
I mean, we gotta start putting on those trading weights and nerfing the winners. But that will be it, dear viewers. Thank you once again, Mr. Gamebreaker, for spending the extra time after your win, after this long tournament, to share your thoughts on the metagame. And I do look forward to seeing you in next week's event as well, despite whatever decks you might bring.
Yeah, thank you.
And that will be it for our interview. And that will be it also for our tournament. That's going to be it for all the action you've seen today. That being said, Scarzig, the action is not over yet. We are going to have an America's Fight Night. I know Charmer is on the desk. Very excited to see him casting alongside Blevins as well. What time will this tournament start, Scarzig?
It's going to be midnight in European time. It'll be 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time and 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So about 3.5 hours if you are on the west coast of the United States. So a few more hours to stretch, get some lunch, chill out, take a look at the metagame, and then see what NA has to offer. With TLC showing up for the European metagame, we'll see what the Americas have decided to pivot to for this week.
And that will be it from us. We hope you guys enjoyed the tournament, the cast, and the different decks that were brought by the players today. Again, like Scarzig said, if you want more Fight Night action, you want more Runeterra action, you want to keep trying to net deck some decks, trying to learn different play styles, trying to learn the best kind of sequencing for some of the key decks in the current meta, then make sure to not miss out on the Americas tournament starting in roughly 3.5 hours. So that will be all from us today. Thank you guys for watching, and goodbye.